To Goose, who lay within her arms and had resolved to be a stone to cast away, Fortuna spoke in a gentle voice, her cheek softening. Despite the situation, she found the fact that she could smile even so somewhat mysterious and something to be proud of.
Are you saying to leave you here and run? If I was going to do that, I'd never have come back. I even parted ways with Amelia to return. How can you tell me to run now?
But why is it then you have returned? I am.
To not let you die, and if you must die, to be at your side.
With Fortuna's violet eyes staring at him, Juice's eyes, misty with blood, opened wide. Fortuna held Juice, who was lighter from the loss of one arm, and so much blood, pressing him close to her as she spoke.
What awaits me in a world without you? In a forest where you will never come? I am too weak to live long in a world that doesn't have you in it.
You weak?
I am weak. All I did was put up a brave front for you and Amelia.
Fortuna lifted Juice up, looking at him with a face that somehow seemed freed of all burdens. Trembling, Juice leaned on her arm for support, the two embracing each other as they faced forward. Gazing at the pair, Regulus clicked his tongue, disgusted from the bottom of his heart.
Not only do you ignore my question for a prolonged period of time, but now you've gotten yourselves all worked up. Makes me wonder what in the world could you be thinking? What's the meaning of this? I've already shown you the superiority of my power, explained everything in easy-to-understand ways. So why are you going? We can do it over and over. What the hell are you thinking?
What a tiresome and noisy man. Get a clue already. For us, there is only one answer.
Yees, I suppose so.
Fortuna and Goose exchanged glances, their voices in tandem as they spoke to the indignant Regulus.
Who knows and who cares, moron?
Who knows and who cares, moron?
Their voices overlapped, and Fortuna stuck up her middle finger for good measure. Uttering those biting words together, Fortuna and Juice gathered their power in their taunt, making Regulus's face red with rage.
Fine with me. I'll make both of you indistinguishable puddles of blood and use you to fertilize this filthy forest.
I told you to wait, did I not, Archbishop Cornelius?
For her own convenience, Pandora impeded Regulus for the third time. Dancing softly in the sky, she pressed her slender hand down upon Regulus's head, forcing the disturbing man's body to sink without any apparent resistance from the ground. In an instant, he was buried from the tips of his toes to the crown of his head. As Pandora landed right beside him, Regulus stared up at her from directly below.
Over and over again, what does it take to kill you?
I forgive your violent actions, your violent deeds, all these things. You have already fulfilled the purpose for which I brought you here. It is fine for you to go now.
After calling me here, you tell me to go now that you're satisfied. Just how much do you think you can make a fool out of me?
Is it that unacceptable? Then I shall take care of it. Archbishop Cornelius cannot possibly be here. He is spending time at his mansion, surrounded by his wives.
Wah! Wah!
The instant she made that one-sided argument, Regulus tried to shout something as he suddenly vanished from sight. It wasn't that he sank deeper into the ground. His very presence had truly suddenly disappeared. As a matter of fact, the place where he had assuredly been bore no trace of burial at all. It was as if when Pandora said, "Cannot possibly be here," the very world had affirmed her words.
At my request, the boisterous one has departed the stage. Now we can take our time to chat, yes? Before that, may I ask one thing? You should be dead and in pieces, yes?
Fortuna posed that question to Pandora, who was smiling gracefully and standing there like it was the most natural thing. Surely, that smile, along with that graceful body, had been turned into fragments of bloody flesh and scattered around the forest in its entirety. And yet, the tragic state Fortuna was certain she'd witnessed was gone. and the dead had unnaturally come back to life. To Fortuna, who was unable to conceal her shock at that fact, Pandora tilted her head.
Perhaps you are mistaken about something.
Pandora's words, spoken without malice, sent a deep shudder through Fortuna. Though it should not have been so, the world had changed out of respect for Pandora's opinion. The scene Fortuna herself had seen with her own eyes had been denied, and history had been supernaturally rewritten with a scene she had no recollection of seeing. A corpse had been erased, and Pandora had returned to life. Regulus had vanished, along with all traces of his presence. Moreover, the consequences did not end at Pandora being safe and sound, with the hole Regulus had been in now buried. When she first realized the effects, Fortuna merely let out an unwitting yelp. Opening her eyes wide, Fortuna moved her trembling fingers toward Gus, who was assuredly on the brink of death. His torn-off arm and the grave wounds to his legs had been healed and restored.
It is a simple matter. If Archbishop Cornelius was never here, it follows that all the results of Archbishop Cornelius's actions would also vanish. Although you may consider the healing of your wounds a gesture of goodwill on my part. Gus, that arm...
There's nothing amiss. My body is sound aside from what resides inside it.
I have not gone so far as to overwrite the fact that you incorporated the witch factor into yourself. I wish to praise your actions and the actions of the woman who returned for your sake. Please think of this as a kindness from me.
Gus was bewildered by Pandora's elegant smile even as he acknowledged that his own body had been healed. Fortuna heard the words from a distance as she felt the ground crumble under her own feet. Pandora, her hated foe, was not an opponent Fortuna could take on. Everything that had happened in the forest that day had far exceeded Fortuna's puny imagination. Or perhaps, at that rate, everything that had happened would simply vanish into thin.
Lady Fortuna, please get a hold of yourself.
Goo, juice.
As Fortuna wavered, Gus used his restored right hand to pinch her cheek. Fortuna was surprised by the pain as Gus grasped both her shoulders and continued.
I am sure you have doubts. I am sure you are bewildered. However, these are things we must leave for another time. Right now, what is important is that we do what we can for Lady Amelia's sake.
Little by little, his desperate plea restored Fortuna's waning vigor. Yes, it was just as Gus had said. She was afraid, not knowing what this incomprehensible foe might do. But surely, she already knew the most frightening thing of all. If this woman's objectives involved her own precious, beloved daughter...
Whatever happened, I don't care. Right now.
It falls to the two of us to strike her down. If she thrive defeated, the militants assaulting the forest will surely retreat. We will save Lady Amelia.
Jus's words and her feelings for her beloved daughter made Fortuna's internal hate grow white-hot. Before, she'd resigned herself to never seeing Amelia ever again. Up until a moment before, she'd intended to see that resolve through. But now, her hopes and her ideals resounded powerfully in her chest. She'd save Amelia. She'd return home to Amelia. She would be together with Gus and Amelia again. Why...
O ancient, mystic ice, so cold and white, even time shudders. Ice, so great the soul sleeps eternal.
The mana she had gathered up to strike down Regulus whirled about, seeking a place to explode. She gave that latent energy form, purpose, duty. It took shape, ready to freeze the world. The sky, the very air moaned, giving birth to spears of ice so enormous a giant might have wielded them. The tips of these spears, exceeding 10 in number, pointed toward their foe, like a bouquet of flowers inviting the opponent to split asunder and rest in an eternal icy grave.
My life, my duty, my love, for all their sakes,
At Fortuna's side, Gus embraced his own shoulders with both hands as he spun those words of bloody resolve. Power raged under his tattered habit, and his healed body began falling into ruin once more. Blood gushed, bones cracked, and life dissolved. Seeing the pair's resolve, Pandora merely spread her arms wide, her cheeks flushed.
Now come, Let me taste the embrace of your tenacity until the bitter end.
Intending to rip that smile off her face, the pair's power made the world tremble. And then... She had already gone well past the white flowers Archie had pointed out, and yet her legs did not cease. She was told not to stop running, so she kept doing as she was told. Her breath leaped. Amelia earnestly stretched her tiny gait as far as it would go as she ran through the forest.
Ooh. She shook her head. Tears were flowing. She desperately held back the sob that was threatening to leak out from the corner of her mouth. What was going on? And why was all this happening now? Everyone probably knew something that she did not. She didn't know anything about what she should do. Was there really nothing she could do? Who was the one bullying Fortuna, Juice, and Archie? What did she need to do to get those people back? What were they after? Sa'el. Back where she'd gotten separated from Hughes, the frightfully beautiful girl had said that word. Hadn't Fortuna and Archie both mentioned the same seal?
She'd been told to keep running, but then she stopped. Even if she looked back, she'd long left behind the place where Archie was. She could not see him, nor Fortuna, nor Goose.
But if I don't do something, if the seal was connected to the people who had come into the forest, Amelia knew where she should go. If everyone was being hurt because of a thing like that, if they wanted such a thing, why not just give it to them?
She didn't know how to open the door. She didn't understand what meaning the seal held. She didn't know if it would change anything for the better. But the term seal was plenty. Wanting to believe she could do something was not what drove the little girl to action. It was hope, the hope that by going there, then surely something would change. That pressed against the girl's back.
If I go to that place, but...
Thus deciding, Amelia tried to dash off but hesitated before taking the first step. She'd done too much running around blindly. Already this forest, the forest that Amelia had grown up in, was not the forest Amelia knew. She'd lost track not only of where the seal was, but also the settlement and the locations of her mother and Goose.
Who?
Confronted with her pathetic powerlessness, young Amelia could restrain her sobs no more. Even though she had something she needed to do, she lacked the power to do it. Her mother was not there to rescue her in her time of need. She needed to do something for that very mother. And yet, it was then that Amelia's wholehearted, earnest feeling set into motion the being watching over her young, valiant spirit. As Amelia wiped her flooding tears with a hand, her eyes widened as a faint light abruptly passed before them. When she lifted her face, she saw that her body was surrounded by countless glowing lights.
Fairy.
Amelia called out to the fairies, the supernatural beings that Fortuna and Juice had termed lesser spirits. They did not possess words, yet they responded to Amelia's will, gently moving deeper into the forest. After a slight delay, Amelia grasped the intent of the phosphorescent lights, which were blinking seemingly to guide her.
You'll tell me where?
There was no reply. The lesser spirits only formed a trail of light leading deeper into the forest.
If I go that way, I'll get to the seal? I'll be able to save Mom and everyone?
The trail of light grew brighter. Amelia wiped her tears away with all her might. She couldn't stay there sobbing forever. She had her mother and Goose and all kinds of other people to save. And when she'd broken down crying, the fairies had come to help her. How could she keep hanging her head?
Yeah.
Nodding with a mix of thanks and determination, Amelia broke into a run, following the belt of light. She earnestly followed the brilliant path that was created by the phosphorescent glows, believing it was the sole hope she could cling to. Leaping over holes and climbing over inclines, she made herself smaller as she raced through the gaps between tightly packed trees. There were many paths where the lesser spirits could pass, but Amelia could not. She tripped, branches scraping her cheek, and she fell, spitting out the dirt in her teeth as she rose once more.
Who?
Her lungs hurt. Fluid dripped from her nose. She wiped off her teary and muddy face, getting angry at her scuffed knees as she ran. With insufficient oxygen, Amelia found her vision wavering, and her consciousness was like a daydream as memories resurfaced. Amelia remembered all the time she had spent in that forest, in that settlement, loved as she was.
She remembered Fortuna's love. She remembered days when she'd been scolded, Emilia also remembered crying and apologizing, and Fortuna spending the whole night holding Emilia in her arms, continuing to stroke her head until morning, seemingly so that she would not wake alone. Fortuna had not spoiled her and had been strict, but she had also given her such precious things. Even though she had a habit of saying she was not Emilia's real mother, Fortuna was Emilia's mother, her first and most important mother. She remembered how Archie and everyone else in the settlement were kind to them. She understood there was just the tiniest bit of distance between them. She knew they were hesitant, now knowing exactly how to approach her, but everyone had always been gentle to her, and they had absolutely never hurt Emilia or Fortuna. Even the princess room was something everyone had worked hard to improve, so Emilia would have an easier time. It was difficult being in that place, but she'd liked it anyway. She remembered hating Gus so much. He was related to the things the adults were hiding, and he had gone and drawn out the smiling face that was for Emilia alone, so she thought she could never forgive him. Yet, when they'd met by chance, he'd cried the moment he set eyes on Emilia. He cried and cried, crying out of happiness, and so Emilia forgave him. After all, those were kind tears. Remembering how Fortuna had put her at ease when Fortuna was hugging her, she'd stroked Goose's head. She wanted to be at his side so that the crybaby wouldn't be lonely. She'd thought he was so helpless. She thought she just couldn't abandon him. She remembered she loved everyone so much. Fortuna, Goose, Archie, everyone. They were Emilia's precious, precious people. I can still save everyone.
She wanted to sleep in the same bed with Fortuna again. Next time, she wanted to invite Archie and everyone to the princess room. Next time, she wanted to stomp on that impertinent crybaby Guse's foot with all her strength. She wanted to meet everyone again.
I'll be a good girl, so...
Her vision hazy with tears, she slipped beyond the usual branches and trees of the familiar forest, her feet halting where the forest turned white. Her breath was ragged and her face was red when she finally reached the seal she'd been seeking.
Welcome. I've been waiting for you.
The girl with platinum hair stood waiting before the seal, spreading her arms wide, seemingly to welcome her arrival. In that phantasmal scene, with everything dyed pure white, a beautiful girl stood, wearing nothing but a single piece of cloth. It looked as if an artist had exchanged not only his own soul, but that of many others, making a deal with some devil to attain the pinnacle of painting for the very first time.
I am so glad that I found you. I've located the seal at long last, but I had no idea where the key might be. But I have managed to find you, so I am deeply relieved.
Why are you here?
The smile the girl, Pandora, wore on her beautiful visage was like a fragrance that toyed with life itself. Posing a question to the girl with such an obviously abnormal presence made Emilia's voice tremble.
Teehee, surprised, aren't you? It's quite simple, actually. The seal is our goal. We came to look for it, therefore my being here was inevitable.
The reply Pandora gave was not the answer Emilia sought. Emilia was trying to ask how Pandora could be here. The last time Emilia had seen her, Gus had been keeping the strange white figure and her from going anywhere.
Why are you here?
I am sorry. I gave a rather odd reply, didn't I? What you want to know concerns Archbishop Brahmana Conti and your mother, doesn't it?
Pandora's belated comprehension made Emilia audibly clench her teeth. A proper answer for a proper question. She wanted to ask, she wanted to know. But at the same time, she didn't. After all, if Pandora was there, what had happened to Gus?
Please rest easy.
To young Emilia's distress, Pandora spoke that one phrase as a preamble, her charming smile deepening. Her expression flooded with what seemed like simple consideration, wanting to wipe that gloom from Emilia's face.
The Archbishop Romana Conti and your mother you are so concerned about are both quite safe and sound.
Really?
Yes, really, my believers and I have tried to avoid hurting everyone as much as possible. Just as I told you earlier, the seal is our goal. It is not necessary to sacrifice anyone for it.
Pandora's deluge of words, spoken in the kindest possible way, softly melted Amelia's unease and tension away. Relief slowly permeated her chest. If she could believe Pandora, Fortuna and Gyuz were safe. And perhaps things for everyone in the forest had not gone as terribly as she had imagined. If that was true.
Once you finish with the seal, you'll leave? Oh, once you're done dealing with the seal, you'll leave the forest. You'll leave without doing anything horrible to everyone.
Yes, of course. It is not my desire that there be unnecessary casualties.
Responding to Amelia's clumsy plea, Pandora made a promise, deeply bowing her head. After that, Pandora pointed to the sealed door, causing the teary Amelia to cock her head.
Therefore, would you kindly hand over the key? Once I am finished with my business, I will immediately withdraw from this forest.
Keiki?
Yes, the key, the seal takes the shape of a door because it cannot be opened without the key. And surely that key is in your possession.
I don't know anything about that.
When Pandora made that firm assertion, the clueless Amelia shook her head in denial. As a matter of fact, she couldn't remember any such thing. Amelia did not recall ever carrying something like a key, and in the first place, the seal itself had been kept secret from Amelia. She couldn't think of any possible way for her to have this key to a seal she didn't even know about until just recently. And yet,
I cannot call hiding it from me very wise.
We are wrong. I really don't know. I don't have anything like a key. No one gave me a key. I can't open the seal.
Is that so? Well, I will have to rummage through every corner of the forest to search for the key then.
seemingly disappointed in Amelia's reply, Pandora lowered her eyes, looking very sad. Her words and gesture made Amelia's body tremble. Pandora seemed genuinely sympathetic toward Amelia, but no matter how she felt, she undoubtedly intended to rummage through the forest and its people until she got what she wanted. Instinctively understanding that Pandora was fully capable of following through, Amelia desperately tried to think of something.
I'll open it. I'll open it.
Oh, really? I'm so glad. You really do have the key, don't you?
When Amelia raised her voice, fear racing through her, Pandora's expression brightened like the sunrise. Not noticing how the abrupt change frightened the little girl, Pandora continued.
But of course you do. You must have the key. After all, whatever you may look like, you are still a witch's daughter.
Witch?
Now, please take care of the seal. If you open this door, I will depart. Immediately at that.
Pandora's face was filled with joy, looking like she could barely contain her impatience as she yielded the stage to Amelia. Even as Pandora's words set her mind astir, Amelia approached the door in her stead. Firmly closed and so tall that she had to crane her neck to see it all. The door felt very weighty and oppressive. She already said she would open it, and here she stood before the door. However, she had no idea how to open it. The one time she investigated the seal, Amelia had tried getting past it. No matter how much she pushed or pulled or even climbed over it, the door never budged. That wouldn't change now. The door, as cold as ice, silently and emotionlessly rejected Amelia's tiny palm. Her heart rate quickened abnormally, and she could hear the noisy sound of blood flowing in her head. The inside of her chest grew hot, and the depths of her belly grew cold. Her leaping heart threatened to jump right out of her mouth, and yet the tips of her fingers felt heavy, as if packed with lead. Though she willed them to move with all her might, they would not. If she didn't open this door, something terrible would happen to everyone. She was sure of it. As fear and despair made her mind a blank, Amelia's consciousness moved further and further away.
Think of yourself as the key.
When Amelia sought something to cling to, that voice smoothly slid into Amelia's earlobes.
I am the key.
Doing as the voice commanded, Amelia's mind settled on a single answer. That instant, Amelia felt something heavy in the palm of the hand she used to touch the door. She looked at her hand. There, she saw an old, large silver key that had appeared at some point unknown to her.
Can you see it? If so, you are indeed the key.
Standing right beside Amelia, Pandora spoke in what seemed a whisper. Her words brought a sound out of Amelia's throat, but she realized the girl could not see the key herself.
You don't see this?
No, I do not. This key cannot be entrusted to anyone who does not possess the proper qualifications. There are likely only 2 people in the world who may hold this key.
When Pandora murmured with a look of envy, Amelia saw something resembling emotion in her for the first time. But the impression the girl gave off that moment was meaningless. Lifting her face, Amelia turned back toward the door. Surely, the key in her palm would match the keyhole of the lock in the center of the door. It was something Amelia understood without having to try and see. Mysteriously, her hand felt accustomed to the key. It was as natural, as obvious as a key she might use to enter her own bedroom.
Now, open it. Do this, and your wish shall be granted.
When Pandora's voice came to her from somewhere, Amelia took a single step forward. If she put the key in the keyhole and willed it to open, then open it would. That was all it would take for the seal to be released from its long, truly so very long duty. If she did that, Hughes, Fortuna, and everyone else in the forest would surely be saved. And yet, Amelia, I promise. As she was about to touch the seal, the words whispered by her mother upon their parting echoed in Amelia's head. They were words exchanged in a promise unrelated to that seal. However, Amelia remembered. She remembered her mother had promised to protect her. She knew nothing about the seal. She'd made a prior promise never to go to this place. Amelia did not know about this place, and she was not supposed to know. She was not supposed to have anything to do with it at all. She and Fortuna had made a promise, and she had to put keeping her promises above everything else. A promise was a creation of trust, and she couldn't betray those feelings. If she became a bad girl, no one would forgive Amelia anymore. She would become unforgivable. That was why opening the seal would mean breaking a promise.
I can't open it.
Why?
When Amelia reluctantly shook her head, Pandora spoke briefly, her voice hard for the first time. Not noticing the change in her tone of voice, Amelia shook her head even more reluctantly.
I made a promise. I don't know anything about the seal. I must not open it.
Is that so? Promises are important, aren't they? I think your attempt to uphold yours is very righteous and commendable. However, such things have a time and place.
Gently, Pandora hugged Amelia from behind. Embraced by those slender, gorgeous arms, Amelia trembled from the warmth of someone who was not her mother.
You made that promise with your mother, didn't you? Your mother is a most commendable person. She raised you to be proper and good. Such aspirations should be treasured.
Then,
But sometimes the time comes when you must decide to break a promise. Perhaps it is cruel to ask that of a child so young. However, fate does not take personal circumstance into account. What fate loves most is the struggle against the tides and embracing hope, come what may. What kind of hope do you seek?
what kind?
As Amelia spoke in a broken voice, Pandora went, "Yes," smiling like a benevolent mother as she nodded.
One choice would be the hope that you can keep the promise between you and your mother, not opening the seal and thus antagonizing us, but then overcome these tribulations in spite of that.
Pandora lifted up her right hand to indicate that invisible hope.
And the other is the hope that by defying your mother's promise and opening the seal, we can both fulfill our objectives and harmoniously bring this entire affair to an end.
Lifting up her left hand, Pandora similarly presented to Amelia another invisible hope. Presented with these 2 options, Amelia stiffened, unable to raise her voice. Her throat seemed so frozen that she couldn't even tell how to breathe. If she said something rash, would Pandora snatch back both hands that very instant? Would Amelia lose both options without coming close to touching either one?
What kind of hope shall you choose? Your fate depends upon it.
The hope on the right, the hope on the left, choosing the hope that upheld her promise, choosing the hope that broke her promise. The sweet, enchanting voice was dissolving her brain, the gentle tone of voice with which Pandora argued her case seduced Amelia's spirit. That moment she could not hear her own heartbeats, which had been so noisy before. All sound had vanished from the world. Even color had been erased, leaving Amelia lost and alone. Unable to hear even her own beating heart, what remained was her brain. No, her consciousness alone. She couldn't choose. She couldn't choose. She couldn't choose. Couldn't choose. Couldn't choose. Couldn't choose. Couldn't choose. Which was the right choice? What should she do to rescue everyone? What did she need to do to help? She wanted someone, anyone to tell her. Hope, salvation, her mother's teachings.
Ah.
So you've made your choice. This is your decision, isn't it?
Amid her white-hot thoughts and her hollow nebula-like vision, she heard Pandora's voice. Looking down at the hand the child's palm had reached, Pandora cast her eyes, rimmed by long eyelashes, downward. Amelia had touched Pandora's right hand. She had chosen the hope that did not break her promise, that did not open the seal, that saved no one.
I made a promise with Mom. I have to keep my promises. I have to. So, Womb.
You believed the words of the mother who raised you until the very end. At the end of your struggle, this is the answer you arrived at, the conclusion reached by your soul. I respect that.
As a steady flood of tears flowed from Amelia, Pandora nodded in what seemed like acceptance. Then she gently brushed away Amelia's hand, which touched her own right hand, gazing at the young girl with apparent affection. If Pandora wanted to, she could force Amelia, the key holder, to open the door. That she showed no intent of doing so must have meant there was some kind of tangible goodness inside Pandora. If so, then…
However, please respect the decision I made to teach you the means to open this door.
It was an expression of her false benevolence. She had no qualms about completely ravaging anything that she didn't find valuable or worthy of respect. In a daze, Amelia let her voice trickle out toward the smiling Pandora. She saw that Pandora was looking not at her but at the woods behind her. From the grove of white trees, a single figure leaped, charging toward them. Single figure leapt, charging toward them.
Pandoro.
Howling with every fiber of her bloody body was a woman with short silver hair. Fortuna. Just how ferocious had her battles been after returning to the forest? Fortuna appeared there, wounded all over, yet the glint of fierceness in her eyes was undiminished as she unleashed tremendous magical power to impale Pandora. It sounded like the air cracked as long, massive spears of ice materialized in the area around Fortuna. Their aim was true, and with speed greater than an arrow, they streaked toward Pandora all at once.
Take this. Launching an attack without looking around first is quite dangerous.
Speaking calmly, Pandora stepped forward as if to shield Amelia. A moment later, a spear of ice pierced her chest, the next one's going through her hips, her arms, and her legs, shooting through one after another, with the final missile sending her head flying. Watching that cruel death unfold right before her eyes, Amelia let out a high-pitched shriek. Having lost its head, Pandora's corpse fell backward, knocking Amelia down with it. The surreal experience of being pinned under a headless corpse made Amelia scream long and hard.
Amelia?
With that scream bringing her back to her senses, Fortuna was dumbfounded as she called out the name of her beloved daughter. Her violet eyes showed less a feeling of accomplishment from having felled her mortal foe and more surprise at finding Amelia somewhere she ought not be. Fortuna raced to Amelia's side.
Why are you here, Amelia? You should have left the forest.
Is it not cruel to ask why? This girl was thinking of you, her mother, as she sped here with no thought other than wanting to save you. If a mother cannot respect and praise the purity of such thoughts, what will the world come to?
As Fortuna wavered, Pandora, right beside her, arched her brows in visible reproach. Both sets of violet eyes opened wide. Fortuna reacting to Pandora's elusiveness and Amelia because the corpse, supposedly having just died a terrible death, vanished before her very eyes.
And when you make the same faces, you really do look alike. That's a mother and daughter for you.
I am not Amelia's mother. It's my sister-in-law whom Amelia resembles.
Ah, her. How so very rude of me.
Fortuna unleashed an angry cry, and right as Pandora was in the middle of apologizing for it, a sword of ice mercilessly slashed her apart. Her torso was cut in half by a diagonal slice, and fresh blood spilled out as Pandora collapsed backward onto the ground.
Then I suppose that makes you the mother who raised her. If so, you should be proud of yourself. Your daughter possesses a heart most worthy of praise. I am sure that her real parents would be overjoyed.
Don't speak of my brother and sister-in-law with your filthy mouth.
The fallen corpse vanished, and Pandora stood at Fortuna's side as if it was the most natural thing. Fortuna lopped her neck off with her sword of ice, skewering her torso and shattering it into fragments. The next moment, when Pandora revived behind her, Fortuna closed the distance and impaled her, and when the beautiful visage appeared again farther away, she hurled the sword toward her. The second the tip of the sword caught her slender body, Pandora became a statue of ice, cracking and falling apart an instant later.
Are you not tired of always rejecting conversation with violence like this? I've been waiting for a moment of calm to have a proper conversation. So how about we start over?
I told you not to run your mouth.
Glancing at the shattered ice statue, Pandora patted Fortuna on the shoulder. As a shudder went through her from the nightmarish sight, Fortuna slammed an open palm into the side of Pandora's face.
Ah! Ah! Amelia?
Amelia, knocked flying by her mother, skidded across the ground's surface, unable to break her fall. Fortuna, going pale at having inadvertently struck her own daughter, hurriedly raced over to her side.
No. Amelia, I'm so sorry. Oh no, I didn't mean to.
It hurts that much to be struck. I am sure your own heart feels pain at least equal to that. Now do you understand just how callous your behavior is?
When Fortuna picked up Pandora, she yelped loudly and thrust the girl away. When she stood up and looked, she saw Amelia standing right by the seal, same as before. There was no sign that her cheek had been slapped.
Are you relieved to know nothing happened to her? Could you not share just a little of that sentiment with an opponent you detest? I am not telling you to love everyone as if they were your own daughter. I am merely asking that you be slightly more considerate. You should keep at least a tiny bit of this in mind.
What stupidity are you? Who would listen to a single thing you say?
Then how about this? Convince your daughter with your very own mouth. I have confirmed that the girl possesses the key, but she refuses to open the door, even so to uphold a promise made with none other than you.
The negotiation she'd conducted with Amelia made Fortuna's breath catch. Amelia, trembling under her gaze, hardened her own cheeks, desperately turning her tear-clouded eyes toward her mother.
If you rescind that promise, there will be no chains left to bind her obstinate heart. All I require is for the seal to be lifted. Once it's done, I promise to distance myself from this forest without doing anything else. Promise, such a wonderful word, yes.
She had no apparent intent to ridicule. No doubt these were her true thoughts. There was no malice in Pandora's affection and envy-filled words. It was that very lack of malice that made them so powerfully, wickedly sarcastic. Within Fortuna's vision, Amelia clenched both her hands, awaiting her mother's words. Her hands were bulging from grasping something because she held the key that could unlock the seal. If Fortuna spoke a single word, Amelia would open the sealed door. If that action would save the forest, her young heart was determined to offer everything for it.
I'm sorry, Amelia. I'm sorry I made you go through all this.
Fortuna walked toward the door, nay, to her daughter, embracing Amelia tightly as she spoke. From this hug, she could tell that the young girl was shaking. Parent and child rubbed their silver hair against each other's cheek, sharing warmth as if to confirm the other's presence.
Amelia, I'm truly and very. You came here alone? What about Archie?
Archie told me to run as far as the white flowers. That's why I ran.
Hearing from Amelia what Archie had told her, Fortuna realized that the young elf's life had reached its end. The unfortunate end of the young man who had told them that they were family filled Fortuna's chest with sadness. However, Fortuna did not show a tearful face to the daughter she embraced. Just how many lives had the minion of that vicious witch stolen around the forest? Even so, Fortuna was proud of the decision her daughter had made.
Amelia, you did well to keep your promise. Good girl, good girl.
Mom, I.
Amelia, you are my pride. You are my treasure.
As her daughter nestled close, Fortuna gently embraced her. Pandora's face grew hot, seemingly entranced by the sight. Her expression was as if she wanted to monopolize the world's most beautiful scenes all for herself.
I have had my fill of beautiful love between parent and child. To love and be loved is marvelous indeed.
I don't feel very warm and fuzzy hearing that from you. I won't break the seal. I won't hand over this girl. My reply is the same as Amelia's. Turn into an ice statue and wither here. Would you?
Do you not think such a cruel statement is bad for your daughter's education?
Nothing can be worse for her education than having a conversation with someone like you.
Rejecting Pandora's very existence, Fortuna channeled the mana around her once more. Sensing that renewed hostility and increasing magical power, Pandora pursed her lips with a forlorn expression. The next moment,
After so long, I have finally caught up with you!
his voice was tinged with madness, yet the man held on to an even greater sense of duty as he rushed onto the battlefield. Leaping over the tall, pure white trees was a man wearing a habit, Gyus, passing through the sky high, fast, and with enough force that one might think a giant had hurled him.
Hughes!
Lady Fortunata!
Fortuna and Gyus called out each other's names, and that was all it took to link their wills together. With Pandora standing by the sealed door, Fortuna and Gyus were in the perfect position to conduct a pincer, unleashing maximum firepower from front and rear. Fortuna gripped Amelia's trembling right hand with her left. Amelia stared up at the side of her mother's face. As she gazed straight ahead, ready to boldly confront her opponent, she was beautiful enough to make one tremble.
Halhuma.
Unseen hands!
The unparalleled destruction woven by Fortuna, combined with the maximum amount of heresy Gyus could derive from the power of the witch factor. As such incredibly devastating power swelled, the sky of the great Alair forest cried out in agony.
Mom?
An invisible hand pierced Fortuna's chest, bathing Amelia's entire body in her mother's fresh blood.
With the Theris, it is over!
Howling, Gyus landed as he waved around his blood-soaked hand, seemingly pulled by his gesture. Fortuna's body traced a similar arc as it danced in the air. Strength drained from Fortuna's limbs as she was cast away like a doll and tumbled across the ground. Blood poured ceaselessly out of her body.
I felt that striker! After so many tries! This time!
His breathing ragged, Gyus murmured as he knelt on the spot. Amelia did not hear his voice, nor did she see the state he was in. Amelia saw Fortuna alone. With a wobbly gait, she headed toward where Fortuna had fallen. Holes had opened in Fortuna's body from both sides, chest and back, and a great deal of blood flowed from her broken flesh. Even the spurts of blood began to grow weaker by the time Amelia knelt down in the pool of blood. Embracing her pale mother's head, she somehow brought it onto her own lap. Fortuna's pretty silver hair was speckled and drenched with blood as Amelia desperately tried to keep it unblemished, cleaning it with her fingers. However, as she did so, Amelia's own fingers were marred with blood. The more she touched, the less pretty Fortuna's hair became.
Lady Fortuna, do not drop your guard. Be careful. I will check.
Goose.
Incredibly wary, Juice turned a palm toward Fortuna. Emilia sluggishly raised her head. Juice's tense expression changed when he heard her voice. For an instant, he blinked, his face like that of one looking far in the distance.
Lady Emilia?
Juice murmured, looking like he was noticing the sight of the little girl kneeling in a pool of blood for the very first time. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to the individual whose head rested upon Emilia's knees. His eyes opened wide.
This cannot be.
Shocked by the scene before his eyes, Juice could only mutter that single phrase. He looked to his side. Calmly standing beside Juice was a woman with a beautiful visage, not a single blemish upon her. That beautiful figure of the witch named Pandora flashed Juice a smile.
It cannot be helped. You were merely mistaken in what you saw.
Understanding everything from that smile, Juice plunged his fingernails into his own cheek as he screamed. The power of it stripped his nails, gouged his flesh, and stained the man's face crimson.
Absurd! 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 What have I? What is it I have done? What have I? Why? This, then, what have? For what purpose have I been? AAA, Nala!
Juice had taken the witch factor into himself, using sheer willpower to keep an incompatible deadly sin in check. The most important part of him that kept this indomitable willpower going had snapped. Juice could almost hear the sound of it breaking as everything that had been holding him together fell to pieces inside him. With the power he had gambled his life to obtain, he had himself destroyed the life he had made the gamble to protect.
For what purpose have I?
All was for love.
Having lost his mind to madness, a lament echoed through Juice's despairing soul. With a quiet voice, Pandora replied to Juice's mournful question.
You offered your own soul to save the one you love. That is something few people are capable of. For so very, very long, you supported the witch cult day after day for the sake of love. All your actions are the product of love. The path of love is marvelous indeed.
Love, 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 love.
Yes, there is nothing you need be afraid of, nothing you need regret. All was inevitable. The path of fate led you here. Having come this far, you must continue down this path. Your love is not mistaken.
For love!
Repeatedly jamming such sweet nothings into his ears, Juice felt his mind well and truly shatter. Dropping to his knees, light fading from his eyes, he fell into oblivion, unable to move. Gazing at the sight of Juice so stricken, Pandora smiled, quite satisfied with herself.
Leah.
And at the same time Juice's mind had been smashed, the fires of another life were going out.
Mom.
Hearing her name spoken by such a faint, fading voice, Emilia called out again in a daze. Embracing her mother with trembling arms, she found it heartbreaking how much lighter Fortuna's body had grown. At some point, her blood must have flowed in such great quantities that it stopped coming out at all. If the bleeding had stopped, was her mother's wound all right? She wondered. Emilia's mind was so young. There was no way to protect it without holding on to some kind of hope. Anyone could see that Fortuna, no longer retaining any power to move, was on death's door.
Bro, I'm sorry.
Mom.
I couldn't protect anything. You told. Me too.
She voiced her regrets, her tone like that of an apologizing child. With nothing left to bleed, the only thing that came out were Fortuna's tears. Feeling the heat of those tears with a touch of her finger, Emilia tried with all her might to gather them up. She did this thinking them the sum total of her mother's life force at that moment.
My sister will be angry, huh? She won't forgive me for this, will she?
As she listened to her mother's words, Emilia belatedly realized The light had long faded from her mother's violet eyes. Those eyes could only shed tears. They could not see Amelia's face. She didn't realize Amelia was at her side. No matter how much she touched her, no matter how much she held her, nothing was getting through. To her mother, Fortuna, who was crying and begging for forgiveness like a little child, Amelia...
Mom, I forgive you. Mom has always taken care of me. You loved me every bit as much as father and mother, so there's nothing to be sorry for. There isn't. Amelia has always, 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 always loved you so much. Mom, I love you so much. I love you, I love you, I love you.
Her emotions were falling apart. Her voice lost all composure, and the teardrops she could no longer hold back fell onto Fortuna's face, one after another. If teardrops truly carried the power of life, there was no doubt Amelia's tears brought about a miracle.
Mom?
Leah,
A slowly rising hand touched Amelia's cheek. A hand that shouldn't have been able to move felt Amelia's cheek, stroked her ear, tickled her hair. She gently caressed Amelia like she was touching something unimaginably valuable, something impossibly fragile. But above all, she touched lovingly. Lovingly. Lovingly.
such a crybaby. I really love you.
Her strength drained away. Her arm made a soft sound as it fell. In her lap, Amelia felt the body of Fortuna, who had reached up to stroke her face, grow lighter still. Even though her whole body losing energy should have made her heavier, Fortuna became tangibly lighter in Amelia's arms. Something that must never come out had left. Fortuna was no longer there. Even Amelia understood that. Her mother, Fortuna, was gone. Betelgeuse Romane Conti's mind was broken. And Amelia was...
Now then, are you prepared to choose the hope of lifting the seal?
Pandora walked over, addressing Amelia as she embraced Fortuna's remains. With a gentle face, Pandora quietly awaited her reply. Amelia lifted her head.
Open the seal?
Yes. Unfortunately, the mother with whom you made that promise has passed away. No longer do the fetters called a promise bind you, so how about it?
Re:Zero, Starting Life in Another World by Tape Nagatsuki casted six-tale novel. Please subscribe to our channel. When Pandora presented that heinous argument like it was perfectly normal, Amelia understood everything. She understood for what purpose this demon, standing before her in the form of a person, had done such things. This demon had acted for no reason other than to make Amelia break her promise. For nothing more than that sake, she had caused Fortuna to die and Gyuse's mind to break, and had thoroughly trampled the forest underfoot.
Oh yes, I forgot something. Come on out.
As Amelia adopted an emotionless expression, Pandora made an inviting motion with her hand toward the air in front of Amelia. When she did so, faint, phosphorescent glows floated up all around Amelia, and these countless lights slowly moved toward Pandora, gathering as she beckoned. The lights added a surreal beauty to her already enchanting visage. They were fairies, or rather, lesser spirits. They were the fairies that had led Amelia to the sealed door, showing her the way. Why had they gone over to Pandora?
I was not convinced you would come here if left to your own devices, so I asked them to help, you see. They are such dependable children.
When Pandora smiled, conveying her thanks to the lesser spirits, her words made the lights happily sway about.
When had it all started? Amelia no longer knew.
Wobbly, Amelia's own head swayed as she looked up at the sealed door. The door leisurely looked back down at Amelia, as if waiting expectantly for the moment it would be opened. She belatedly noticed the heavy sensation of the key firmly in the palm of her hand. At some point, the key had reappeared within it.
The key, I'm so glad. It seems you still had it. You understand what to do, then?
With Pandora smiling in front of her, Amelia quietly trembled. She gently slid her mother's head from her lap, lightly resting it atop the grass. With a finger, she toyed with her mother's hair before carefully arranging Fortuna's beautiful face. Her hair was short, colored silver like Amelia's own. She gently removed the floral accessory from her mother's beautiful hair, replacing it with Amelia's own. Finally, she put her mother's floral accessory into her own hair. With that, she and her mother would be together always. And then,
D.
surging cold welled up to form seemingly innumerable blades, turning Pandora's flesh into bloody mist in a single instant. The gushing blood instantly froze. Vivid flowers of red ice bloomed in a chaotic pattern. A single pillar of ice stood at the epicenter. Petals of fresh blood scattered all about. It was a sculpture of ice and death.
What a violent thing to have done to me. What has gotten into you all of a...
D.
Stakes of ice poured down, drilling into Pandora's limbs, and a spear of ice thrust out of the ground surface, impaling her from her waist to the crown of her skull. Her frozen body, bathed in impacts from above and below, made a high-pitched sound as it shattered into tiny pieces.
Please calm yourself. Surely we can understand each other if we only speak.
D.
Mighty blocks of ice closed in from left and right, crushing Pandora's body and cruelly transforming it into a pathetic lump of flesh.
You are a gentle girl deep in your heart. Doing this will only make your mother sad.
D.
A spinning blade of ice rose from below Pandora's feet and sliced her to ribbons, sending crimson lumps of ice flying.
You are betraying the numerous wishes placed in you by your parents, Archbishop Romane Conti, and your mother as well.
D.
A white cloud enveloped Pandora, transforming her body into an ice statue. A mighty sword of ice swung downward a moment later, not slicing, but rather smashing the statue, scattering it in chunks across the ground with tremendous force. Pandora was slain again and again in a tempest of bloodlust and countless inexhaustible, violently creative means of destruction. And yet,
How troublesome. It seems this has caused the opposite of the intended effect.
D. Die. Die. Die.
as she sobbed and wailed, Amelia poured icy destruction upon Pandora over and over. However, even as Pandora assuredly died each and every time, she instantly revived just as quickly.
Die. Die.
Each time Amelia strained her young body to cast magic, she drew closer to her limit. She cast spells one after another, even though her body couldn't support it, her face turning red as her lower half began to freeze over. She wasn't expelling it fast enough, and the increasingly vast store of mana she had drawn into her body was beginning to go out of control.
Such an incredible amount of mana, and a gate that can manage all this. It would seem a witch progeny cannot flee from fate. Perhaps you were brought to this forest to make sure your blood continued to slumber.
Amelia did not understand the meaning of Pandora's comment, but she shook her head to reject it all the same. Her right leg had completely frozen over. It was difficult for her to even stand straight. She went down to one knee. Her murderous violet eyes shot right through Pandora. The sight of bloodlust in one so young made Pandora lower her own gaze.
This is most unfortunate, considering my greatest desire is right before me, but I shall leave it at this for today. Any more, and it seems I will only make you push yourself further.
Die. Die.
We have accomplished much today, learning of your bloodline, confirming the existence of the key, and the birth of a new Archbishop of the 7 deadly sins. More importantly, taking the seal and leaving is more than sufficient. Oh my.
Her arbitrary conclusion that left no room for discussion was the very epitome of conceit. But as Pandora put her spin on the situation, white crystals suddenly entered her field of vision. Snow. Amelia's absurd level of mana had gone berserk, warping the climate itself to the extreme and causing snow to fall. At first, it was a flake here, a flake there. However, the force and strength of the snowfall soon increased, growing powerful enough to be properly called a snowstorm.
From the looks of things, you are about to enter a rather long slumber.
Looking up at the falling snow, Pandora then turned to Amelia, the cause of the dramatic shift in weather. Already, the frost had reached Amelia's hips. She was no longer able to move either arm.
Your power will cover this forest in ice that shall never melt. At some point, your mana shall reach its very limit, or perhaps it shall be offset by someone whose power rivals your own. Until then,
Die?
unfortunately, I shall not. When the snow melts and this icy winter comes to an end, we shall inevitably meet again. But I would feel very lonely if you were to hate me when that time comes.
As Amelia spat curses, Pandora gently touched the young girl's forehead with a fingertip. Amelia's violet eyes seethed with hatred as Pandora smiled at her with an innocent face.
You will completely forget about my existence in your memories up to this day.
Uh,
Go ahead and fill the gap however you like. Yes, you kept your promise with all your heart and soul. Carve this deeply into your heart. I would be pleased if you remain just as you are now.
Frozen up to her chest, Amelia's head reeled, her unfocused gaze lingering on the world around her. Her eyes were spinning, drool spilled from the corner of her lips, and the inside of Amelia's head had been all stirred up. Randomly, unwittingly, the pages strewn over the wall of her memory rearranged themselves as they pleased, creating innumerable inconsistencies. The words that had been exchanged vanished into the distance, and she forgot the love she had been given, leaving only fear and a sense of guilt behind.
the important thing that did not vanish was her promise. She absolutely did not forget she had upheld her promise, nor had she forgotten she had to uphold her promise. She had kept her promise. The promise had been kept.
I wonder just what colors shall greet your heart and what kind of smile you will show me the next time we meet. I look forward to the day when we shall see each other again.
Even amid the ferocious snowstorm, Pandora's voice carried clearly as she walked forward, stroking her own platinum hair. Gyus, still in a daze as he knelt, was buried up to half his body. When Pandora whispered something into his ear, he stood up with an emotionless face. The pair, Pandora and Gyus, departed the snowy forest, walking side by side. All Amelia could do was watch them go. Her body had continued to freeze, the ice already reaching a part of her face. Only in her eyes did Amelia's consciousness remain. Abruptly, Amelia realized she was gazing downward. There was an unnatural clump of snow on the ground right in front of her. It was as if someone was being embraced by this pure, snowy white landscape. She could not move her mouth. She could no longer close her eyes. Her body, her heart was freezing over, and so too was Amelia's consciousness. The girl would proceed to sleep in never-melting ice for a span of 100 years, until a spirit who sought her, who had received life for her sake alone, found her. Amelia continued to sleep within the ice, ever alone? Amelia stood still in front of her frozen young self. She'd watched everything to the end. Under the commanding view she'd had of her entire raging past, her memories had at some point melted away. Scenes she could not possibly have seen, events she could not possibly know, the last moments of her homeland she could never have witnessed, all of it, Amelia remembered more than the memories she had lost. She remembered everything that had happened. Through this journey which had filled the gaps in her memory, she had walked the path that led to her regrets. Just how sinful was the tranquility she gained by forgetting her regrets? She had seen for herself all of young Amelia's days, all she had forgotten in order to go on living up to this day. Fortuna's death, Gyus's madness, the reason her homeland had been encased in ice. Everything.
If you wish to blame yourself for the falsification of your memories, I believe you would be in error.
Abruptly, as Amelia drifted in the chasm between memory and consciousness, a voice addressed her. It was the witch standing beside her, Echidna. She turned her cold eyes toward Amelia as the girl hugged her own knees. Just like Amelia, Echidna had witnessed these regrets from beginning to end. She gazed at Amelia's younger, frozen self.
You and your family faced off against the Witch of Vanity. Brandishing her flimsy, self-serving logic, she employed her power to rewrite phenomena as she pleased. There is no question that it was the authority of vanity that caused your warped memories.
The Witch of Vanity.
An exceedingly filthy authority. Your younger self outstripped Pandora in simple terms of power, but that was due to her being particularly ill-matched against your strengths and nothing more.
Apparently, Echidna looked down even upon Pandora. Perhaps Amelia ought to have said, as expected of a witch. Echidna's barbed demeanor since coming into contact with Amelia was unchanged, but never before had Echidna replied so readily to one of Amelia's questions.
Can I ask you about Pandora?
I tend to be fond of conversing with others, but where you are concerned, I decline. I don't like the cheeky thought process behind such questions. It might be too much to ask, but I'll ask anyway, and they're ilk.
Is that how it is? Well, thank you anyway.
Hearing Amelia give thanks despite being insulted, Echidna twisted her lips in disgust. Amelia actually found Echidna's unchanging attitude incredibly comforting at the moment. That was how staggering Amelia's past had been. In a true sense, the restoration of her memories had turned her entire life upside down. She'd committed body and spirit to the royal selection to save everyone in the frozen forest, and yet,
I'm the one who made them all ice statues. Everyone who tried to save me.
unable to respond to their feelings, she'd ended up shutting everyone under the snow, freezing them completely. Once freed from the ice, Amelia had spent her time in the forest without any memories of her regrets. She'd spent every day continuing to speak to the people who had become ice statues, never realizing she was trying to atone for her own feelings of guilt. Now she understood why her memories had been sealed away. Even had Pandora not interfered with them, she might have wanted to forget them regardless in a moment of weakness.
You have remembered the past and seen your regrets to the end. However, the trial is not yet finished.
The memories that led to her regrets had finished playing out. Echidna made a comment as she stared at the silent world's snowy landscape.
The past has been revealed without difficulty. You challenged the trial, and your journey to reach your worst, most terrible mistakes, which gave rise to your regrets, is at an end. Now you must provide your answer.
An answer to the trial.
The first trial is to see if you can succeed in breaking from your greatest past regret. You can accept or deny your own past. Rejection is another choice. I respect whatever conclusion you may choose.
Amelia deeply exhaled hearing Echidna's words, which somehow sounded rather passionate. By climbing onto the stage known as the trial, Amelia had finally confronted the past she had wondered about so many times. Having lost her pact with Puck and reclaimed herself after he had indulged her for so long, Amelia had uncovered her own memories at long last and made it this far.
All that said, perhaps you are even more at a loss. After all, the starting point of your resolve has been tarnished. The sin that turned your mother, your friend, and your family into ice statues belongs to none other than you.
Echidna's words sliced into Amelia like a blade. The frozen forest, her people who'd been turned into ice statues, the forest being corrupted by the plague-bearing demon beast, the loss of her mother, and the breaking of Goose's mind. Amelia had left the forest because she wanted to save everyone in the village, to save her mother. And yet, the motivation for that decision had turned out to be a fairy tale that misled her starting from the first and most crucial step of her journey, leading to nothing but pain and disappointment. What was left for such a girl to do?
I've been taught the answer to that already.
When Amelia's heart flirted with self-doubt, there was one thing that gave her the strength to steady herself.
Don't give up. Look forward. Raise your head high. Look straight at me. Over and over, time and time again, he'd told Amelia those things. He'd scolded Amelia for being weak, for giving up. Without any basis, he'd declared, "You're the best." Their teeth had hurt when they'd clumsily butted together, but the heat of their tongues meeting had lit Amelia's heart on fire. Mom loved me. I wanted to help Mom, my mother, Fortuna. I wanted her to hold me again, to sleep with her in the same bed. Over and over, I told her I loved her so much.
Do you regret it then?
The witch posed a question without a defined subject, and the time had come for Amelia to choose her hope. Pandora had presented her with two hopes. At the time, had Amelia chosen to break her promise, would Fortuna and Hughes and everyone really be safe and sound? If it was possible to redo the past, then perhaps she could look at it with what ifs and what might have beens. Even so,
I regret nothing. I don't regret keeping my promise and not backing down. What I regret is that I didn't have enough power to do anything at the time. I regret not being clever enough and not trying hard enough, but I absolutely don't regret following Mom's instructions and refusing to do whatever Pandora told me.
after all, hadn't Fortuna said it right at the very end? She'd said she was proud of Amelia for keeping her promise. She'd said Amelia was her treasure. Those words themselves were a treasure that would stay with Amelia forever.
You cannot save your mother. Does that not make your struggle meaningless?
That isn't so. Mom, I couldn't save her, but I don't know if that's true for everyone else yet. The others might still be waiting even now, sleeping inside the ice, and I'm the only one who can save them and bring them out.
They've been ice statues for over 100 years, and the forest was contaminated by the Black Serpent. Even if you manage to undo the freezing, what if their bodies have been eaten away by plague? What if nothing remains of the land of your ancestors?
That's speculation, and horrible speculation at that. Everyone's waiting inside the ice to be rescued. If I don't wake them up as soon as possible, they'll definitely have a good reason to be angry with me. If they live well after that, I'll smile and be glad.
A foolish delusion.
No, it's a prediction of a happy future.
When Echidna tried to cut her off, Amelia stepped forward, firmly making her own declaration. Boldly facing the white-haired witch, Amelia gestured toward the vast, snowy landscape with her hand.
I won't let anyone deny a possibility just because they haven't seen it yet. I won't accept that everything Mom left me will meet such a tragic end. I will make Mom's ideals a reality.
Ideals. Just what is it you claim that your mother sought?
Mom told me. Someday, we'd all leave the forest and live normal lives. A world where Goose and his people could get along with all the villagers, where Subaru can tell me he loves me, where Goose and Mom can walk side by side. I'm sure it exists.
And do you see the frozen villagers in that world? Villagers frozen by your very own hand?
I'm so sorry about that. I'll apologize over and over and over until they forgive me. And if they do forgive me, I'll introduce the world to them then. I'll tell them there's no need to live in seclusion anymore. I'll tell them this is the world Mom talked about.
Drawing in her breath, Amelia shouted out the words brimming in her chest. At some point, the pair had begun to stand amid not a landscape of snow, but a world of enveloping white light. The cold wind pricking their skin was gone. The scene dominated by so many regrets had faded away. Not noticing even that, Amelia puffed out her chest, speaking in a loud voice.
I'll preach your dream until my voice gives out, and keep saying this until Mom up in the sky can hear me. I'm happy to be in the world Mom loved.
Seeing cracks running across the white space, Amelia finally realized the scenery around her had changed. As she opened her eyes wide in surprise, Echidna, now standing right before her, breathed a deep sigh as she brought her hands together before her own chest.
I see. I understand now. I had thought I understood. But you are more of a pushy, insolent, conceited, and arbitrary proponent of hypocrisy than even I imagined.
I suppose I am. Is that bad?
Not exactly. I do not particularly care, after all. It is merely that in those respects you are exactly like your mother.
As Echidna grimaced, furrowing her refined eyebrows, Amelia raised her own in surprise.
You know my Mo, not Mom, but my other mother?
I know her, yes. It would be false to claim she isn't partly responsible for why I become so emotional when I interact with you. She always did have that. Why is it always you? Jealousy about her.
Echidna turned away in a huff, the sight of which threw Amelia terribly off as she opened her eyes wide. Simultaneously, Amelia's vision became cloudy and her consciousness felt heavy. Slowly, she felt heat passing into her limbs, and in her heart, she understood she was waking from a vague, ambiguous dream.
With this, the trial is at an end. However conceited your conclusion, there is no mistaking that you have come to terms with the past. Considering you've used your mother's sacrifice to bolster your resolve, do try to see your selfish, arbitrary wishes through.
Say whatever you like, Echidna. I'm used to your insults by now.
Placing a hand on her hip, Emilia turned straight toward Echidna, who was venting hateful things until the bitter end. The boldness of her demeanor made Echidna wearily shake her head.
2 trials remain. I would like to expect much pathetic anguish from you, but
Wait, there's still more trials to go. 2 more? 3 in total?
it does amount to that, yes. Your surprise makes me want to gloat a little, but I must say, with considerable regret, that I do not think the remaining trials will hold out for long against you.
Really?
An irreverent attitude is self-doubt's greatest enemy. The trial meant to pick at what lies inside you is particularly ill-suited against who you are now. In one sense, you have abandoned logic, after all.
Hey, you're kind of making it sound like I never use my brain, which is really rude.
Echidna's lecture caused Emilia to puff up her cheeks in a show of clear dissatisfaction. However, there was no time for further exchanges. The trial, and her opportunity to converse with the witch, was reaching its end. Echidna was enveloped by light, and in that brilliance, Emilia's consciousness began to disperse as well. At the very end, as she dissolved in the light, a malicious smile came over the Witch of Greed.
I hate you.
I don't hate you all that much, though.
Even without seeing, Emilia had some idea of what kind of face her reply had provoked. The trial was over. When she regained consciousness, Emilia made a small groan as she felt something hard pressed against her back. Apparently, the cold sensation was from a wall that her back was leaning against. Having lost consciousness against it, she seemed to have rested her weight there while traveling in the dream. Reaching a hand out, she touched the wall. The wall bore scars from the crude carvings upon it, and the very part she was touching had "I love you" written in ice script. The nice coincidence brought a smile over her. That moment, she wanted to be greeted by Subaru's words more than anyone's.
I'm really grateful.
Though there was no way for Subaru to hear it, Emilia quietly thanked him. The trial was over. The forgotten past had returned to her, and she had set eyes upon her sealed regrets. It had no doubt been Subaru granting her courage, over and over amid those scenes. She finally realized for herself just how much she had been protected by the feelings of others. In the past, it was Fortuna, Guse, and Archie who had protected her heart. After, she had always relied upon Puck. In the present, Subaru, Ram, and Otto were the ones who supported her. Terrified of her sealed past, she could have been convinced she could rely only on herself, refusing to show any weakness, only to spend all night sobbing, her frail heart crushed. It was thanks to everyone that it hadn't come to that. In both past and present, Emilia was blessed. Emilia had never once been alone since that fateful moment. That was why.
I am sorry, Mom.
Her slightly loosened lips tensed, and a seemingly suppressed voice trickled out of Emilia. Her words of apology echoed in the dimly lit stonework room and were immediately followed by the sound of a nose sniffling. Tears poured out one after another, unceasing. She could not hold them back. She could endure it no more. In the tomb, with no concern about anyone seeing the tearful face she'd absolutely refused to show the witch out of pure stubbornness, Emilia pressed her head against the wall with loving phrases carved into it, letting her emotions all come to the surface.
Mom?
A flood of tears and a wave of nostalgia toward her gentler memories continued to spill out. They were tears that should have flowed before, a full century before. In that stone room, no one could see Emilia finally getting a chance to grieve for the mother she couldn't remember for so long. This way, when she left in plain sight, none need know of her crying face. She wouldn't have to show her weakness to the person who had told her he loved her, despite her weak faults. She cried. She cried. She wept. She sobbed. And then, as she mourned her mother's memory, her mother's love, all the things she was grateful her mother had given her, Emilia continued to cry, her face pressed against love the entire while. She wiped her tears and smacked her cheeks, putting her disheveled hair in order. She diligently smoothed out the creases of her sleeves. She wondered if she wasn't making a shameful-looking face that moment. Puck, who was normally so fussy about Amelia's grooming, was no longer present. She could not feel the warmth from the cracked crystal at her neck, which had always been by her side.
But I'll definitely find him myself. So,
No matter where he might be, there was no sign that the cat's spirit had vanished from this world altogether. She was sure her contracted spirit and her surrogate parent for all that time was out there somewhere.
plus without Puck here, I really seem to be wasting excessive amounts of mana.
As she murmured, Amelia was getting dizzy from the vast quantity of mana welling from her entire body. Now that she had regained her memories, there was no room to doubt. This was all her mana. Amelia's power was sufficient to single-handedly freeze the forest that had been her homeland. Puck had most likely put in a fair bit of effort from the shadows to keep Amelia unaware of that power. All of it had been to keep her from confronting the memories she subconsciously kept sealed.
Oh, Puck, you really are overprotective.
With a thin smile, Amelia lightly flicked the crystal with a finger. After that, she took a big, deep breath. Filling her chest with cold air, she thrust out all the weak feelings lurking inside her body.
Okay, I'm all right now.
Amelia made this powerful declaration, speaking it for her own benefit. Her chest hurt when she thought of Fortuna and Juz. Even at that very moment, she felt like she might break into tears if her guard lowered even slightly. But she couldn't bawl her eyes out forever. Amelia had so many things she had to do, and surely by doing these things, she would fulfill Fortuna's and Juz's expectations, continuing onward to the future they had wished for. She touched the floral accessory adorning her hair. In her heart, she'd always remembered this was a most precious heirloom from her mother. Just as she'd wished back then, Fortuna had stayed with her, always.
After this, there are 2 more trials. But first,
As she spoke, Amelia headed outside the stonework room for the time being. She didn't understand how to begin the second trial, but she wanted to go to Subaru and the others waiting to hear from her outside. She'd made everyone worry so much, to the point of getting into a big argument with Subaru and finally making even Puck distance himself from her. But she'd faced her past. The things she'd remembered about her past were far from completely kind. She didn't have a firm grasp on it just yet, but there was a good chance those memories had greatly shaken the foundations of her being. But for that moment, at least, she wanted to return and face the others with a simple sense of accomplishment. At the end of the stonework corridor, a breeze blew in from outside the tomb. The time was past evening, and the tomb glowed blue to welcome its challenger. Silver moonlight poured down from the sky. The moon's illumination was bright enough to make Amelia narrow her eyes. She slowly looked down onto the grassy clearing when
welcome back, Lady Amelia.
the fact that Ram, greeting her with polite formality, was standing all alone made Amelia blink and tilt her head in confusion. Let us rewind the tale once more. Having been told the true past of how the sanctuary had come to be and the truth hidden behind that past, a group of individuals, who were now aware of everything, had fulfilled the conditions required to march onto the stage and ask a certain man his true intent. It was time to confront the schemes of Roswal El Mathers head-on. Their spirits high, Subaru and the others charged down the path from the tomb to the settlement with hasty steps. At their destination, the mastermind, who had created the entire plot, awaited them.
In terms of wicked deeds, I think you ain't half bad yourself, General.
You make me sound so bad. Forget winning or losing. Being cunning the way Roswal is definitely a bad idea. What if people started pelting me with eggs on my way home all the time?
Just what kind of concern is that supposed to be? Throwing eggs at a person would be quite a waste.
Even as they spoke oddly past one another, Subaru and company reviewed their situation and what they knew. In particular, sharing information with their newest companion, Garfield, was an urgent priority. Since they could not leisurely take their time, the explanation was fairly rushed, inevitably making it confusing.
Actually, Garfield, how much have you been cooperating with Roswal anyway?
Me and that bastard? No way in hell. We've talked about you and Lady Amelia for maybe a hot second, Max. Also, haven't talked with OBM since the first day you the others. arrived, General.
That's some pretty extreme dysfunction there. No, I get it. I just didn't think you'd hate the guy so much, even if he is your romantic rival.
Not like that's the only reason. I just don't like the bastard.
Averting his gaze, Garfield murmured in a low voice. Garfield and Roswaal had to have been acquainted for over a decade. Subaru couldn't understand the complexities of the feelings between them from an outside glance, but Subaru sighed hearing Garfield's reply, which he felt confirmed his concern. Because if Garfield's antagonism toward Subaru wasn't due to any direct orders from Roswaal,
He had the Rhizis and Shima, then there's Ram obviously. Even Amelia would count. Geez, just how many hooks did Roswaal have in you, Garfield? His prior preparations put us at a complete disadvantage, and on top of that, he's made meticulous preparations to strike his foes down. Wouldn't the time to run be now? Sorry to disappoint, but this party's current policy is safety first, while we let him have it.
Subaru replied to Otto's appeal with a flippant remark of his own. Seeing that Garfield was left perplexed by their exchange, Subaru elaborated.
In other words, the covert activities spearheaded by Roswaal, the mastermind behind the current situation, are no joke. It would have been simpler to take care of it if you'd simply made a deal with him to oppose liberating the sanctuary, but
No way I'd strike any deal with him. I tried to tear out your throat, out of my own free will, General.
Howling as if ready to bite then and there, Garfield gripped the crystal dangling from his own neck. This subconscious action seemed motivated by a need for physical reassurance of where exactly his will stood. Garfield was most likely racked with worries of his own. Just like how Ryuzu had been bewildered by Shima's story about the sanctuary's true role, the revelation served as the starting point of Garfield's defiance. Anguished, Garfield was caught between Subaru and Otto as the latter glanced at the others' faces.
if we are to believe Garfield's own statement, the Marquis enjoys an advantageous position because of his astoundingly good fortune. That's way scarier. If there's one stat the three of us are short on, it's luck.
Subaru and Otto exchanged grim faces as the pair let out a sigh. Garfield knit his brows, less out of surprise and more because he was feeling creeped out by their gloomy behavior.
Hey, why are you and Bro all calm about this, General? If you two are right, the bastard's the one completely controlling everything in the sanctuary, right?
So you really were keeping up. That's right. If it's like that, it's seriously bad.
By using the people who had started on his side to begin with as much as he could and manipulating those who were not with crafty rhetoric, Roswaal had inextricably tied the events surrounding the sanctuary and the mansion together. If Subaru had to name names, it was doubtlessly Subaru as well as Amelia, who topped the list of pawns Roswaal had deftly led around by the nose. And he'd even woven into his strategy the wild card named Garfield, who'd caused Subaru to suffer time and time again. Just how much planning had Roswaal put into this scheme? The obsessiveness and tenacity to carry such a thing out truly was in the realm of a monster, a devil. And Subaru and company were heading to the location of that very devil. Seeing Subaru and Otto bantering a bit right before they confronted that devil, it was quite natural that Garfield felt confused.
In the first place, General, why'd we come all the way just to see the bastard?
Suspicion rested in Garfield as he voiced an entirely natural doubt that he had. However, unfortunately for him, there was no time for a reply. After all,
We've arrived.
Subaru's brief phrase brought all three pairs of feet to a halt. Straight before them stood a small stonework residence, the temporary abode where Roswaal, the mastermind of the situation and the enemy they had to defeat, awaited them.
Not that we have an appointment.
Amid tension that could not be expunged with one flippant comment, the trio stepped inside the building. The air within the structure was dry. They could sense a person behind the door at the back of the building. That was where Roswaal was. Standing before that door, Subaru hesitated for a single moment. And then,
Come in, young Subaru. After all, I only finished preparations just now.
the voice reaching them through the door caused all three of them to hold their breath. Looking over and seeing the tension in Otto's and Garfield's eyes, Subaru checked with them with his gaze.
Preparations, the bastard says. I wonder what preparations he might mean at a time like this. Maybe to turn us all into bits of partly burned charcoal, perchance? Relax. When you turn to ash, I'll be cinders. I won't let you die alone. That is impressively lacking in reassurance. I'll have you know.
That single word, preparations, tugged at their minds. However, their opponent was not so crude as to launch an attack without bothering with words first. Oddly trusting Roswaal on that score, Subaru put his hand upon the door, and then,
Ah, so that's what you meant.
now realizing Roswaal's intentions, Subaru let a sigh trickle out along with his comment. Upon hearing that sigh, his two companions belatedly peered into the room, each seeing the same thing as Subaru and reacting in turn. Garfield clicked his tongue, and Otto's eyes widened in surprise. Now that Subaru thought of it, this was Otto's first time seeing such a view.
To think your feet would carry you to me at this very moment. Now then, what is it that brings you here? Perhaps you have judged your prospects dire and come in search of peaceful terms.
Speaking with a jesting tone, Roswaal gazed upon Subaru and the others standing at the room's entrance. His face was daubed white, with suspicious-looking eye lines and reddened lips. It was the clown appearance that Subaru was accustomed to. Standing up from the bed, Roswaal hid his painful bandaged body under his eccentric outfit, the tenor of his voice and his actions lending him an aloof air. He stood there as a devil who had no need to conceal his own obsession. The sight of him was so striking that Otto, who was seeing it for the first time, visibly shook. Glancing at that, Subaru slumped his shoulders in Roswaal's direction.
You were so worked up about us coming that you dressed your best to welcome us. I'm gonna blush.
Why, it is nothing that need concern you. After all, I have told you, have I not, that I would face you in a suitably prepared state once more.
Ah, you did. Come to think of it.
Roswaal certainly had said something to that effect as Subaru departed upon the conclusion of the conversation where he'd challenged the man to one final contest. Of course, Subaru never thought he would actually greet him with full makeup on.
In the first place, to me, putting on makeup is nothing less than preparing for battle. When girding myself for a contest, I cannot afford to lose. Makeup is a means of self-motivation, you see.
I see, so it's literally war paint to you. Wait, for real? You're not saying that to pull my leg.
Well, I shall leave to you whether to believe it or not. Preparing myself properly for battle and greeting you with this appearance. I believe this amply demonstrates my resolve to you.
Subaru took Roswaal's low and deeply suggestive voice to mean that to him, it really was his equivalent of war paint. Just like Subaru was betting everything this time around, Roswaal was pouring all his strength into this battle. It was mutual understanding that made the two of them stand before each other as true competitors on the same stage.
Now, let us return to the first question. Subaru, why have you come here?
This was the first serious question Roswaal posed to Subaru upon his arrival to this room, but it was also what Garfield had wanted to know earlier as well. Prompted for an answer, Subaru caught his breath. They had come here with one objective, namely,
I'm here to demand your surrender.
a demand for surrender meant nothing less than a formal acknowledgement of defeat. The single phrase spoken by Subaru left the air inside the room filled with silence. There was no surprise from Subaru or from Otto, who was there with a shared purpose. Accordingly, it was only Roswaal, whose gaze grew cold, and Garfield, disquiet entering his own eyes, who reacted with uncertainty.
What do you mean, demand your surrender?
It means what it sounds like. You wish to ask why Mr. Natsuki came to see the Marquis. This is the answer.
Garfield made a feeble clack of his fangs as Otto replied to him with a calm voice. Following up, Subaru stared at Roswaal and picked up where Otto had left off.
That's how it is. I've taken to heart just how meticulous you are. To be honest, I've seriously thought I'm done for, all kinds of times. But I'm sure you of all people get it. The setup you created is falling apart.
Certainly it is. Certainly it is. Just as you say, the situation has most certainly changed. Those accompanying you are proof enough. With that said, What weighs upon my mind is.
Cutting off his words, Rosewall closed one eye as his gaze shifted behind Subaru. Naturally, he would look straight at Garfield, the embodiment of the change in the situation, with his yellow eye, yet he did not.
You mean me? Me?
Coming under Rosewall's attention for the very first time, Otto's face faintly stiffened. His words made Rosewall draw himself up, twisting his neck with a rare expression of simple confusion.
I have wondered this since you first entered, but just who are you? And from whence do you hail?
You're really something, Otto. Looks like you weren't included in his future-seeing book of prophecy either. I'm not pleased whatsoever by that, and I cannot conceal my surprise at such utterly incomprehensible comments.
Otto genuinely flared up at Subaru for making a comment that was totally inappropriate for the mood. The original reason Otto had come with Subaru and Amelia was because Subaru had promised to introduce him to Rosewall. From there, he would no doubt negotiate over the value of his cargo of oil and discuss the nature of his contributions in defeating the witch cult. Given that starting position, it stood to reason that Otto would be angry that Rosewall didn't even know who he was. But
Such an individual's presence in this place cannot help but determine which way my contest with Subaru will sway. I see, in other words, he is that.
Yeah, I suppose. Otto is that door, Kidger.
Rosewall was certain of something, and Subaru nodded in affirmation. It was only Otto, the subject at hand, who looked completely at a loss as to what topic he apparently stood at the very center of. Otto didn't understand. He was completely unawares. It was Otto's very existence that was
The first slip of the gears.
Surely Rosewall had painstakingly constructed his game board as if assembling a precise machine. Using all the wisdom and knowledge at his disposal, the devil had plotted out the movements of every pawn placed in advance so as to invariably drive Subaru to return by death, no matter what course the events might take. An unknown piece from outside had leaped onto his game board, which had been carefully arranged like a precise machine.
The flow's been altered, all thanks to my friend who's too insignificant to be recorded in your book of prophecy.
Allow me to formally ask you for your name.
Rosewall quietly asked for the name of the laborer who had created the distortion in his meticulously calculated machinations. Subaru took a step back and gave his friend a shove. The force made Otto advance a step. He took a single breath, after which he bowed to Rosewall.
My name is Otto Suin. I am honored to have this opportunity to set eyes upon the noble Marquis in person. Though I am nothing more than a humble traveling merchant, I hope to become your acquaintance.
I shall remember you, Otto. Next time, I absolutely will not lose sight of you.
After Otto invoked his own name, Subaru was the only one who gleaned the true meaning from Rosewall's reply. That was how keenly Subaru understood that the wariness Rosewall directed toward Otto was dead serious.
Oh man, Otto. Just like you planned, you left a serious impression on Rosewall. This is not exactly the way I hope to be remembered by him.
He'd most certainly left an impression, but it would have been better to remain little noticed and easily forgotten. Either way, Rosewall's internal wariness toward Otto had risen precipitously. At the same time, it had become considerably clearer how exactly the situation had changed and why they demanded his surrender.
Thanks to young Otto, you managed to regain your footing, making you inclined to challenge me to one final contest. I take it?
That's how it is, but isn't this a little strange? Usually it'd be the main heroine who has a scene to get me back on my feet. Won't it betray audience expectations if we have a male character telling me to hang in there instead? Even if you look at me with such reproachful eyes, I have no idea what you want from me. I'm kidding.
As a matter of fact, if not for Otto, the entire faction would have collapsed by this point. It was emotionally impossible for him to thank Otto for that up front, but his gratitude was genuine nonetheless. That, and it was faint, but Subaru caught a slight whiff of uneasiness in both of Rosewall's eyes. That was probably the unease from having an unknown element pointed out in what he'd been certain was a winning scenario. What had driven Rosewall to this was far from Otto's existence alone. This time, Roswal shifted his gaze toward Garfield, the individual truly embodying change. Seeing that his gaze did not alter the color on Garfield's face, Roswal opened his lips with a look of dejection.
I suppose I must say you have finally been well and properly tamed, Garfield.
Garfield, who was disappointing him so, was standing behind Subaru and Otto. He'd taken a position that was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances, as he could shield the two simultaneously at any moment. This was what brought a side tinge with reproach out of Roswal.
And so, you who have been so strongly set on tearing into outsiders now find yourself gladly on young Subaru's side. I am surprised you would have a change of heart so quickly. You have protected what is precious in your heart for so very, very long, and yet you discard even your love for your mother with such ease.
Roswal's words were a blade he used in an attempt to stir up what lay at the center of Garfield's core, like a surgical instrument for opening one's chest to extract the internal organs within. His wily words were meant to expose Garfield's desire to all. These were the feelings of love toward his mother and enormous regrets toward the past that he'd continued to harbor for so long.
Stop it, Roswal. What the hell do you understand about Garfield's feelings?
Of course, I understand nothing of them, nor do I wish to. Losing a fight and the cheap words you replied to him with were all it took to sway his feelings. What can I call them then, save shallow?
As Roswal piled insult upon insult, it was not Garfield, but Subaru who flew into a rage. Subaru had slammed into Garfield, traded punches with him, and directly heard the cry of his heart. He would never let anyone dismiss them as light or cheap.
Hold on a sec, General.
However, it was none other than Garfield himself who halted the angry Subaru. Surely, it was Garfield who was most hurt by Roswal's words of scorn. Subaru tried to intercept them rather than let them wreak havoc on the boy's heart. But
It's your words that are cheap as dirt, Roswal.
crossing his arms like he was bored, Garfield clacked his fangs and spat those words at Roswal. His demeanor took Subaru by surprise. Noticing this reaction, Roswal slightly raised an eyebrow. If Garfield had been the person he was just a short while ago, such grave insults would have triggered a fit of rage. Yet, there he was, ignoring it as if brushing a warm breeze aside.
Me, I ain't denying I'm half-hearted about things. It's true I teamed up with the General just a few hours ago. Guess you saw that as a real quick change of heart.
First, a change of heart, and now defiance. The feelings you dwelled upon for so long to date, the time you devoted to your wish, day after day for 10 long years, is by no means a brief span. I wonder, where have those feelings vanished to?
Shrugging at Garfield's reply, Roswal narrowed his eyes, growing ever colder. His handsome, differently colored eyes looked clouded by stagnant emotions that did not suit their beauty at all. With those emotions still hovering in his gaze, Roswal continued his verbal attacks on Garfield.
Desires do not simply vanish into thin air. If you truly loved her, your feelings would surely never change. Are your 10 years of work something that can be changed with such ease?
The tone of Roswal's voice, seemingly full of lament, grew hotter and darker still.
Just how much contact have you had with young Subaru over a mere few days? Have you and he amassed a bond to rival that love? Surely not, as if anything could rise as high or reach the same depth of your love, for that is how it is when you put one thing above all else.
His voice was quiet, yet heated all the same. What had begun as censure for having a change of heart had become a plea, an earnest wish. Merely listening to it struck one's heart with sadness. To him, what was most precious to you was what you stripped away everything else for. Previously, Roswal had said as much to Subaru. And this was the nature of Roswal's love. To Roswal, this was the only way to love something. He recognized no others.
Or perhaps you did not love her at all, Garfield?
Hence, Roswaal attempted to deny Garfield's change, which violated his life philosophy. He denied Garfield, who had nurtured his love for 10 years, yet determined his conclusion had been mistaken and required something new.
Do you not love your mother, your family? Is that why you can devote your heart to something else so easily?
Rather than employ the strength you honed for so long, merely having your fangs broken was sufficient to bend the feelings you kept for a decade. If that is so, then the one who made your love a brittle, fleeting forgery is none other than yourself.
With no change in his expression, it was with words alone that Roswaal castigated Garfield for his change of heart. These words of blame, which seemed like they'd claw a wound into Garfield's heart, made Subaru regret bringing him along for a single instant. Yes, his regret lasted for only an instant.
Man, your words are so weak, Roswaal.
Garfield did not reply with emotion, though his demeanor was barbed. Somehow there seemed to be pity in his gaze.
Like I care if you want to scold me. Just don't misunderstand me.
Misunderstand?
For me, it ain't like I follow the general just 'cause I lost a fight. Yeah, losing hit hard, but I ain't soft enough to flip sides from something like that.
Garfield audibly tapped his forehead with a finger as he clacked his fangs. In contrast to Roswaal's quiet, smoldering zeal, Garfield's tenacity was serene.
It's just like you said, Roswaal. I was hung up on the past all these last 10 years. I don't exactly remember telling you all that, but at this point, I ain't gonna act surprised about you knowing. I slammed against that past those 10 years. The general, Ram was it. Ram said this to me: go into the tomb, face your past, and that's why I'm standing here now.
Pointing to his own feet, Garfield expressed the reason he stood in that position.
You confronted your past, Garfield.
The declaration made nervousness come over Roswaal's two eyes once more. Just like when he'd acknowledged Otto's existence, Garfield's words had disconcerted Roswaal. He was staring straight at the fact that Garfield had willingly challenged the tomb to face his past once more.
Ya don't win against your past. That's what I thought. That's why I ain't laughing at you for being stuck, thinking the same way I did back then. What's there to laugh at? I don't have no intention of talking about what I saw inside or why I'm with the general. But I'm gonna tell you one thing. A big-ass reason why I'm with him and not with you.
As if delivering payback for earlier this time, it was Garfield who sent a blade of words Roswaal's way. Then he flashed his fangs and declared his feelings to Roswaal not as his rival in love, but as an obstacle blocking his path.
Instead of someone telling me to stay weak as hell, of course I'd much rather stick with someone telling me he needs me 'cause I'm strong.
Garfield's simple words were his reply to Roswaal's appeal. Having finished speaking, Garfield snorted, brazenly crossing his arms.
Wha?
Nah, nothing. You've gotten dependable.
When Garfield growled in irritation, Subaru only shrugged and told him what he thought. There certainly had been a change in Garfield's mental state, but this was not a change that had come easily. It was a distinct possibility he could be swayed by Roswaal's words of reproach. Accordingly,
Roswaal.
turning toward Roswaal, who had fallen into silence, Subaru pressed the attack in earnest. Otto was there. Garfield was there. These two things alone had changed the situation.
Garfield's seen his past. Him standing here as a result doesn't mean his feelings for his family these 10 years have weakened at all. I'm sure the strength of his feelings hasn't changed. They didn't change, but he did. Is that so unbelievable?
Even if Garfield's stance was no longer one of obstinate, continued obsession with the sanctuary, it definitely didn't mean his feelings had weakened. Only Garfield knew just how much he'd changed. But what was weak about Garfield as he was now? What did he need to be shaken or to grieve about?
It's gotta be the same for you. I told you, Roswaal, we don't want to keep but butting heads with you forever. If we just aim our ways of doing things in the same direction, we'll get where we want to go together. There's still time to pull back.
At that moment, the game board Roswaal had carefully crafted was heavily crumbling away. With the plan shifting beyond his control, he could still stop being Garfield, Subaru, and everyone else's enemy. He could still...
Stop the assassins you sent to the mansion. Then we can hammer out everything else.
Rosewall's scheme had crumbled, and the problems enveloping the sanctuary and the mansion were beginning to reach their conclusion. If Rosewall accepted Subaru's demand for his surrender, they could bring everything to an end. Accordingly, believing there was value in trying regardless of the danger, Subaru had come here to make his play. It was Subaru's silver ray of hope, and Rosewall.
I refuse, young Subaru! I have not toiled for 400 years only to be swayed by such a minor shift in circumstances.
Bluntly, Rosewall shook his head side to side, rejecting Subaru's demand. With unmistakable anger residing in both his eyes, Rosewall declared that the war would go on. The change in Rosewall's emotions made the air in the room heavy. Anger flared in both of Rosewall's eyes as he thrust Subaru's ultimatum aside. But a smile came over Rosewall's war-paint-dabbed expression, his antagonistic emotions giving rise to a brutal aura of dread. A vortex of vile emotions permeated the entirety of the room. At its center, Rosewall laughed scornfully at Subaru.
A demand for surrender, is it? Yes, I see. Certainly you cannot be faulted for misunderstanding a dramatic change as predetermining victory or defeat, I suppose.
You're saying I misunderstood something?
Indeed, I am. Just from bringing in a piece from beyond the game board and removing Garfield as an obstacle, you'll believe yourself to be in a superior position. Yet, as before, I have the upper hand.
Touching a hand of his breast, Rosewall repudiated Subaru's assertion, declaring it completely off the mark.
Everything at present is as you spoke, and so long as that remains true, my advantage does not change. You have no means to stop me. This very moment, you hear the familiar footsteps of defeat drawing near. Do you not?
Rosewall was implicitly referring to his own scheme of dispatching assassins to the mansion. He was claiming that so long as the attack on the mansion and the existence of the assassins remained, Subaru had no chance of victory. Not in the sanctuary, not in the mansion, would Subaru lose anyone. There would be no casualties. Those were the conditions for Subaru's straight bet with Rosewall.
That is the challenge you yourself proposed.
Rosewall advanced a step, unerringly striking Subaru's inner feelings with his words. Given the height difference between the pair, Rosewall looked down at Subaru, peering into the boy's black eyes as he continued. Mercilessly, cruelly, as if declaring a just and proper verdict, he continued.
What are the conditions of your wager? You have limited your greatest weapon to become an ordinary person.
Rosewall ploddingly continued his advance.
As ordinary as you are, what more can you achieve? What more can you undermine?
Rosewall continued even further, his words gradually growing more heated.
You will do nothing. You can do nothing after all.
Cutting off his words, his two differently colored eyes contained identical rage within them as he continued.
After all, you are garbage, lower than an ordinary man.
He raised an angry shout. Rosewall slammed simple anger against an incompatible existence. As a man who constantly lived with the apparition of his own death, nay, a man who could calmly carry on even while standing within a swirling vortex of death, Subaru Natsuki's decision to avoid death seemed irrational to Rosewall, which only fed his anger.
In the end, you've made it this far because of that power that you've used as a trump card against whatever might come. In willingly tossing it aside to become ordinary, what can an untalented man like you do? I will not suffer any who try to violate the sanctuary of feelings that have been carved out over countless days and months. No one, however many you bring with you, this cannot be changed.
Garfield's obsession with the sanctuary was the distortion of 10 long years' worth of love toward his family. Amelia had 100 years' worth of sins, enough that she wanted to forget them, with feelings of guilt for having abandoned them piled on top. And
a decade, a century, and then by 4 centuries. as if all this could be overturned by none other than an ordinary man like you.
Because feelings don't change?
That's right.
Because you've kept on believing in those feelings for a really long time?
Indeed it is.
When Subaru inquired, Rosewall acknowledged everything. He was saying that feelings were something no one could overcome. He was saying that feelings were not something that could be changed or altered. That moment, Subaru felt like he finally understood. He finally felt like he understood Rosewall's true thoughts. Rosewall wanted affirmation of his own feelings. He believed this was how feelings should be. He wanted to believe the feelings of others beyond himself would affirm his own. That was why Rosewall wanted Garfield to wallow in his weakness. Garfield had continued obsessing over his own feelings, desperately trying to protect them so that they might never change. Rosewall had wanted him to stay that way. He desperately wanted others to desire this, just as he did.
The hell's with you, Roswell?
His feelings were single-minded, aimed at the person he cherished. Hoping that his own feelings might be affirmed, he was supportive of people who were devoted to their loved ones. Come to think of it, that had always been so. The feelings Subaru held toward Amelia, the feelings Rem had held toward Subaru. Rosewall was always accepting of those things, wasn't he? That was because Rosewall had a belief. He believed in the strength of feelings, the preciousness of bonds. More than any of them, Rosewall believed in the concept of cherishing someone else. And yet,
why do you have to see feelings as nothing but weakness? You understand how strong and powerful it can be for someone to treasure another person for a long time. Why do you have to focus on how it's weak?
Because that is what I believe.
Rosewall's voice bubbled with emotion as he replied to Subaru's words. The glint in both his eyes, blue and yellow alike, intensified into an incredible glower of fiery indignation. Before challenging him to their final wager, Rosewall had said this to Subaru. "It is impossible for me to hate you. I trust you from the bottom of my heart." At the moment, Rosewall's eyes seethed with anger, glaring with a killing gaze at the man he hated most in the world.
Just like how you believe in others' strength, I believe in remaining weak, because I believe people are weak, frail, puny beings able to accomplish nothing unless they cling to a single, important thing. For 400 years, my feelings have been dedicated to a single woman. The time I have spent unable to touch her is far longer than the days we spent together. Yet the sight of her is burned forever in me. My soul has been in ashes ever since. Ever since the day we parted, my heart has remained shattered, and I have never changed.
Rosewall's voice had a dreadful force to it, enough that the cramped room itself seemed to shake. Subaru had never seen him reveal his own emotions to this extent. He'd never even conceived of it, but that was why Subaru found the sight so very painful. 400 years. If Shima's story was to be believed, this was the span of time over which the Mathers family had administered the sanctuary generation after generation, just as Echidna the witch had asked. The same way each subsequent head of the Mathers family bore the name of Roswall, each also inherited the duty of administering the sanctuary. Rosewall had confused the name and the duty with the meaning that rested behind them. He'd made his family's long-cherished desire his own, and it was for this reason that Rosewall had always lived. The genius Rosewall walked a path that any normal person would have abandoned without compunction. Simple respect and love toward a benevolent mentor had been distorted to become a curse, binding an entire family line, giving birth to a single devil. This was the man who inherited the Mathers family's long-cherished desire 4 centuries long, Rosewall L. Mathers.
The advantage remains on my side. Part of what is written is in error, but what of it? What I desire is results. The conditions have not shifted meaningfully, and you will never achieve your goals without changing them, powerless as you are.
After he took some time to breathe, his voice regained its composure. Even so, his assertion had in no way changed. He did not accept the demand for surrender, and he didn't see the balance of power shifting in the near future. And the greatest proof of Roswell's claim was,
The contest is not over so long as the one who is the cornerstone for both of us remains.
Roswal implicitly indicated that the basis of his certainty in his own victory was the girl challenging the trial that very moment. Just like he believed in human weakness, in Garfiel's weakness, Roswal believed in hers. He believed that Amelia was weak, that Amelia was fragile, that Amelia would remain a weakling lacking the strength to overcome her regrets.
Don't underestimate Amelia, Roswal.
Once cowed into silence from sheer momentum, Subaru spoke. His heart roused by Roswal's argument, he could not stay silent, just like how Amelia had chosen to stop cowering.
Amelia won't do as you planned anymore. That girl will overcome everything in her way.
As if she could. With no one to rely upon, she shall be crushed by her regrets. Her great hope that she can change will end in sorrow, and she shall cling to you in tears. That is what suits her.
There ain't a woman out there suited to a crying face. Have you seen Amelia's face when she cries?
The flame had been lit. Roswal's statements had enveloped Subaru's heart in crimson. Roswal had made him remember how Amelia acted inside the tomb just before their argument. He'd seen Amelia stricken by her weighty responsibilities and by grief for her lost connection with Puck. He'd seen the expression on her face when she'd glared at Subaru with tears of unendurable emotions.
She's so awful at crying, I never want to see her do it again.
She will be hurt. She will be ensnared. That is the destiny of a half-elf. That is the curse she bears for being born of the same bloodline as the Witch of Jealousy. It is inevitable for her to be despised as a witch.
Oh, stuff it! What about that girl makes her a witch? Where the hell is this witch you people keep talking about?
Once, it was Roswal who had howled, his ferocious emotions bare. This time, it was Subaru's turn. Lifting his head, Subaru grabbed Roswal's collar. Opening his eyes wide in anger, he glared point-blank into Roswal's differently colored eyes, making full use of the foul look he'd inherited from his mother. I don't like it. Yeah, I don't like it at all. Right now, I don't care for a single part of this world.
If you're gonna call that girl a witch, if that's what you all want, then you'll make that girl into a witch. Damn it! If you keep saying, of course, she's weak, of course people despise her, it's all her fault. For being born as something she can't change, you'll turn her into a poor little witch yourselves.
In the back of his mind, he thought of the witches' tea party, to the 7 witches of the past bearing the names of the 7 deadly sins: Typhon, Daphne, Minerva, Sekhmet, Carmilla, Echidna, and before that world had broken apart, there was Satella, who doted on him to the very end, as if he could forget. That face, it was the spitting image of Amelia's.
Has even one person told her that it's all right, that when you're sad, when you're suffering, that it's all right to cry, and that if you can't wipe off the tears rolling down your cheeks, ask someone close to do it for you, that you have people who'll do that for you? Have even one of you said that to her?
No one had let Amelia cry, even though she'd been piling up so much bitterness, suffering, and sorrow. That's why when that girl cried, she was so awful at it. Restraining your sobbing voice, hiding your crying face, these were things you did to protect yourself when crying, things you learned from people making you cry over and over. She'd spent her days in ignorance of that, which was why that girl was so bad at crying.
If no one's gonna do it, I will. These feelings, this curse, you don't think there's any room for them ever changing? We'll beat that right out of you.
Thrusting Roswal away, Subaru pointed a finger toward the heavens. Mysteriously, it was the same pose Amelia adopted that very moment, displaying it to the witch, slamming malicious words at her inside the trial.
My name is Subaru Natsuki, Knight of the Silver-Haired Half-Elf Amelia.
Once Subaru Natsuki had spoken these words without resolve behind them, causing a great throng to laugh in mockery at his rashness. Looking back on himself at the time, he was even more lacking then than he was now. But there was one thing that was different from back then. No matter who laughed, Subaru Natsuki would never feel ashamed of his determination.
Amelia's coming, Roswal. The girl you stubbornly believe to be weak is coming to cut off your last ray of hope. That's how she'll strip you of all the weakness you're clinging to, and when you've hit rock bottom and you finally let us talk to you, at long last, you'll be willing to listen then. That's what I believe.
Rosewall's obstinate heart did not crumble, even though he'd witnessed Subaru's resolve and determination. It had been as he'd asserted over and over to that point. Time amassed across 4 centuries was not something that could easily be changed with one word or one deed. It was just like how amassed words and deeds made Garfield's 10 years and Amelia's 100 begin to move. It would be through Subaru's and the others' actions that their words would reach Roswell's 400. That was what he wanted to believe.
You really are as I judged you to be, Subaru Natsuki.
What?
With Subaru having finished, Roswell quietly called out his name. They exchanged glances. The vehement emotions had vanished somewhere. Roswell's eyes were serene as he looked at Subaru. Then, faced with Subaru's questioning look, Roswell's lips trembled.
You and I are alike. I mean this in terms of bending ideals for those we cherish.
You believe in weakness. I believe in strength. That's the only way I agree that we're alike.
Subaru and Roswell rejecting each other's incompatible philosophies put distance between them. Beyond that, it would be through actions, not words, that they would prove their claims true.
Let's go.
The talk was over. Subaru called out to the pair in attendance with him and left the room. Otto followed behind him without a word, and Garfield, last to leave, looked back at Roswell but once. Roswell was left all alone. Perhaps Garfield saw some significance in that as he murmured in a little voice like an afterthought.
Stupid jerk.
With negotiations thus ending in failure, Subaru and the others left the building and butted heads together. The prior exchanges had slammed their respective resolve and true feelings against one another. Roswell's motives were clear, and that brief span of time was so intense, he had made them accept that he'd reset the game board to an even playing field. As a result of those exchanges, there was one thing that Subaru could say for certain.
This is bad. I wanted to stop the attack on the mansion, but it was like he was saying, go away. There's no pulling back now.
I cannot really deny it. Felt like our original objective had turned to half-baked negotiations midway.
Hey, bro, don't blame the general too much, all right? By the general's standards, he really laid into the guy. Me, I felt good just listening to it.
Were it not a place for negotiations to resolve matters peacefully, I would agree with you.
Certainly Garfield and I did bad things there, but the responsibility's yours too, right?
My responsibility? I did nothing to warrant anything so great as...
Well, I mean, you were there, right?
I'm responsible just by merely existing.
That was somewhat inaccurate. More precisely, Otto was responsible for triggering the situation that had led to him joining Subaru at that meeting, thereby fatally ruining Roswell's setup. Though, since Otto himself had no idea that was going on in the background, telling him of his responsibility left him sure it was a scurrilous accusation.
Anyway, this isn't the time to trade jokes with one another. Roswell won't stop the attack on the mansion. That means we need to go running back there without a moment to spare. That's what it means, but...
Their negotiations falling through meant the various problems surrounding the mansion would continue unabated. Just as Roswell had said, if they didn't prevent the attack, the contest would inevitably end in Subaru's defeat. There was virtually no time left until Elsa and Mealy, the assassins dispatched by Roswell, would assault the mansion. As Subaru nervously gritted his teeth, it was then that Garfield went, "Now hold on," and clacked his fangs.
I ain't really had a proper explanation, but the gist is that the bastards got some scheme that puts the bunch at the mansion, including my older sis, in danger. That bout covers it?
Yeah, that's right. He sent assassins to the mansion and they're super skilled. I don't stand a chance against them. That's why I need combat power to...
Short talk then. Let's stop shooting the breeze here and get to the mansion right now.
Hey, listen to me. Even if we go back, we don't have the combat power. It'll just jack up the body count.
What are you talking about, General? You saying I'm not enough?
Yes, please halt a moment right there.
Wedging himself into the pair's increasingly loud exchange, Otto stopped their arguments midway. After, he went, "Now, look here," as he stared at their faces respectively.
It's clear the flow of the conversation has shifted, but do you understand, Garfield?
Understand what?
Going to the aid of the mansion requires leaving the sanctuary. Lady Amelia is in the middle of her challenge, but the tomb's barrier remains intact, so if the barrier stops you.
The issue is moot, implied Otto, revealing the gap in Garfield's line of thinking. But when this was pointed out to Garfield, he crinkled his nose, undaunted.
Barrier? Ain't no problem. The barrier don't affect me 'cause of my makeup, you see?
Huh?
Huh?
When Garfield touched one of his canine teeth with his finger and tossed out a brief explanation, Subaru and Otto both voiced the same reaction. Faced with their questioning gazes and voices, Garfield went, "I'm saying," clicking his tongue.
I'm an exception. The barrier that keeps mixed people from passing through don't work on me. Same as my older sis, I'm a kid from a mixed blood dad and a human mom. My blood's too thin, so the barrier don't work.
Accordingly, there was nothing stopping them from going to the mansion's aid right that minute, even without the barrier being lifted. With Garfield so bluntly divulging the circumstances of his birth, Subaru was completely at a loss. He'd most certainly heard previously that Frederica had slipped out of the sanctuary due to the thinness of her mixed blood. In other words, because she was a quarter blood. However,
It's the same for you, B, but I heard you and Frederica have different fathers.
Well, my mother, she ain't got any luck or any eye for pickin' men. You figure it out.
Garfield looked away. From that, Subaru felt his words rang true. In other words, Garfield and Frederica's mother had given birth to children from two different mixed-blood demi-human men. As a result, both siblings could pass through the sanctuary's barrier unhindered.
Ah! What gives, General?
Would Daya mean what gives? Say that earlier, damn it. If you knew that, you!
Well, I didn't know 'cause you didn't tell me all this, so it's your own fault, General. It's just like how Ipshiz was ruined through too few words.
Yes. That is quite enough. Quite enough.
Just as the pair was about to come to blows, Otto intervened once more, intercepting Subaru before his inevitable pummeling.
You can both reflect on explaining too little hereafter. Right now, we should think of this as good fortune indeed, seeing as how the greatest obstacle before us has been removed. Mr. Natsuki, we can do this.
I know. If we can all cross the barrier, this boils down quickly.
With Otto's shout flipping a switch in his mind, Subaru made an instant decision based on this changing conditions. If they could all cross the barrier, they could take Garfield with them when returning to the mansion. If Garfield was with them, it became possible to confront Elsa and Melee, but in turn, it was necessary to employ a variety of countermeasures for the numerous problems that remained in the sanctuary. He'd already arranged all the preparations, but
After that, Garfield will graciously handle everything except brute force. But where brute force is concerned, even if we stand and fight, we can't beat these people. That's why.
trailing off there, Subaru stared squarely at Garfield. Garfield had been dissatisfied over not being able to follow the conversation, but his expression switched in the blink of an eye.
To be blunt, I still don't get a lot of what's going on. But
Garfield's two jade eyes gave off a fiery glow as he smiled, baring his fangs.
leave all the fighting to me. Me, I'm the best there is.
So, what do you intend to do now?
Returning from the forest to Subaru and the others, only to find some ruckus happening in front of the cathedral, the building where the evacuees from Earlham Village had grouped up. It was Ram who spoke first. The people of Earlham Village had clustered here, busy murmuring and holding different conversations. In front of the assembled gathering of evacuees were Subaru and his companions, and if she could put what they were doing into words,
You are preparing dragon carriages to slip away during the night? Now? At a time like this?
You're making it sound bad, but you're not wrong about the call late at night and then again first thing in the morning feeling. From here, Otto, Garfield and I are heading toward the mansion. Frederica, and company are in danger.
Subaru replied to Ram as he hitched his beloved pitch Black Dragon Pat Slash to a two-dragon carriage. The reply made Ram raise an eyebrow.
To the mansion. The result of Lady Amelia's trial is still pending. What will you do?
Amelia, I'll clear it. Echidna's not gonna get her bent out of shape. How are Ryuzu and the others?
Caring for Miss Shima. Ram is to remain on watch until Lady Amelia returns.
Got it. In that case, I'll leave that role to you. Counting on ya.
Counting on me. Are you Baruso? You are such a...
There was sharpness mixed in Ram's voice. Perhaps she thought him irresponsible. However, it was natural for her to see it that way. Abandoning them during a situation like this would make Amelia angry, let alone Ram. Even so, he had to go. Ram, Frederica, and Petra were waiting. Besides,
General, sorry for the wait. I am back.
I have completed preparations as well. We can leave any moment.
in high spirits, two voices interrupted Subaru and Ram's conversation. Then both respectively leaped onto the dragon carriage, Garfield onto the roof and Otto onto the driver's seat. When performing the final checks for Otto's plan, they'd headed to the cabin to collect something Garfield had forgotten.
I was the strongest before, but now I'm even stronger. Ha! Now I ain't losing to anyone. Not even you, General. General?
Garfield seemed extremely enthusiastic, his words bringing both surprise and a wry smile out of Subaru. Then Subaru looked behind him, toward Ram, and the people of Earlham Village raided her back. Of course, Ram still had an unconvinced face on her, but the people of Earlham Village bowed deeply in response to his gaze.
It's like you heard everyone! From here, we're heading back to the mansion a step ahead of you. Sorry for this all being out of order, but...
Zero, Starting Life in Another World by Tape Nagatsuki, casted six-tale novel. Please subscribe to our channel.
You need not be concerned, Master Subaru.
A voice interrupted Subaru's words. It hailed from an old woman with a stooped hip, the head of Earlham Village. She trained her hoarse voice and her eyes, which were filled with a bounty of kindness, toward Subaru.
All of us have already heard about it from the administrator. And have you forgotten? Just who was it who took on the responsibility of liberating us? I wonder.
The village head's question left Subaru perplexed for a single moment, but he immediately widened his eyes. He remembered. It already felt so long ago, for it was on the first day they had visited this place. There, at the cathedral, Amelia had promised to liberate the other villagers from the sanctuary. The village head, no, not her alone, but everyone from the village believed in her.
You worry needlessly, Master Subaru. More importantly, you have your own duty that you must fulfill, yes?
Don't get cold feet in a place like this. Please go quickly. You'd best wipe off what's left of that nosebleed midway, though. Don't want to disappoint Petra.
Following the head of the village, the other villagers offered their own voices of support one after the other. What they said varied, but all were meant to bolster Subaru and the others' decision. That was of great help to him.
Thanks, everyone. But don't forget what I said. Wait until...
Right up to the limit, and only until then. Why, if the barrier is lifted before that? All is well.
That's why, Master Subaru, you should give up already and let us help you this time.
Their powerful, imposing words completely stopped Subaru from saying anything. Let us help you. The person who spoke communicated the united will of the villagers. To add anything more would be crude of him. When presented with so much resolve, what could one say? Subaru had no way to put his feelings into words. Accordingly, he bowed his head. Then the remaining problem was...
Ram, there's no time to explain every fine detail, but all of them understand their own roles. Amelia too. So for you...
Fine then. Do as you please. Ram shall do as she pleases as well.
Seemingly out of other words, Subaru offered a final parting remark to Ram, who snorted in return, her arms crossed. Wincing from her reply, Subaru scratched his cheek with a finger.
Hearing you, someone who normally does as she pleases, say that is super scary for some reason.
Ha. Yes, do be afraid. Barusu, you're really all right with this?
Yeah, I already told Amelia all the words I wanted to tell her.
The carvings on the wall, you mean?
Why do I feel like I'll never live that down?
Replying to Ram's teasing in a loud voice, Subaru then rummaged in his pocket, touching something that felt hard with the tips of his fingers. He exhaled a light breath.
Ram!
Addressing her, Subaru drew it out and tossed it toward Ram. She softly caught the object.
Don't do anything crazy.
Who do you think you're talking to, Barusu? Don't make me laugh.
Smiling wryly at Subaru's words, Ram quietly put the caught object into a pocket on her maid outfit. From this point, no more words were spoken between them. Everything that needed to be exchanged had been. All that was left was for each of them to work their hardest toward their respective best outcomes.
Let's go! We gotta reach the mansion before the crack of dawn. I'm counting on you, Pat Slash.
Climbing into the dragon carriage, Subaru shouted, bringing a loud neigh from Patlash, who was hitched to the wagon. Spurred by that neigh, Otto's beloved dragon, hitched alongside, gave off a low growl in turn. Slowly, the two dragon carriage began to move, and their sprint out of the sanctuary had begun.
Incidentally, I heard a term earlier that I cannot easily dismiss. Who is this administrator of whom everyone from the village spoke?
We're leaving.
Overriding and obliterating Otto's question, the dragon moved, deploying its wind-repel blessing. Inundated by the villagers' cheers of support, the dragon carriage raced through the night toward the forest, the road, and the mansion.
And so 3 fools ran off to the mansion in a dragon carriage pulled by 2 wise land dragons.
Having finished giving Amelia the details, Ram seemed exhausted as she put a hand to her brow. Amelia was just a little surprised that Ram would visibly show how she really felt for once. That said, her surprise was hardly with Ram alone, but with Subaru's and the others' chaotic ways as well.
I understand what you have told me. Goodness, he really is incorrigible.
Sheesh, Amelia went, sighing deeply, after which a thin smile came over her. Her gaze firmly fixed upon the expression Amelia was giving off. Ram narrowed her pink eyes with a questioning look.
Is that all you have to say? I think so. Of course his leaving without waiting for me makes me just a little, yes, really, just a little, tiny bit annoyed, but...
After all, he'd seen Amelia off to the tomb with such grandiose fanfare. So what was up with him slipping away instead of staying to greet her and see things through to the end?
But I guess he didn't think there was any way I'd fail, huh? Really, if Subaru was more worried about Amelia than anything else, he surely would have been there. And yet, he was not, which meant there was someone, in a place not here, who he needed to worry about more than Amelia. There was someone he could not help but go galloping off toward. It was because she knew that Subaru Natsuki believed in her that she could think that way. I really am a little angry, though I wonder, does Subaru really love me? Barusu cares more about Lady Amelia than any other. Thank you.
Unknown to Subaru, Amelia was currently trying to confirm his feelings toward her. Seeing that same Amelia smiling pleasantly made Ram lower her eyes, somehow pleased with how things had turned out.
Lady Amelia, since you've returned, does that mean? You mean the trial? Yes, that was error. It might be a little difficult to call it resolved. I properly faced my past, but it doesn't seem to be over yet. What do you mean? The trial doesn't end at 1. There are 2 more, and it seems the barrier is only lifted after that, so I'll need to go back into the tomb afterward.
The truth spoken by Echidna was shocking, but it didn't change what Amelia had to do. Setting aside the fact that Subaru and the others had ridden off on a separate mission, Ram, the residents of the sanctuary, and the people from Earlham Village might have to wait a little longer, but Amelia wouldn't stop moving forward until she reached the end.
You really have become strong, Lady Amelia.
Perhaps Ram murmured thus because she saw the resolve in Amelia's eyes. Feeling an odd hesitance in her tone of voice, Amelia quietly waited for Ram to continue her words. The quiet continued as Ram fell into silent contemplation for a time. Finally,
Lady Amelia, I am very sorry. It's really rare to hear you apologize. What is it all of a sudden? Ram thinks so as well. This will be the first time Ram bows her head to Lady Amelia in earnest.
Amelia made a pained smile as Ram forthrightly stated that her formalities had been perfunctory to date. Taking in this smile directly, Ram gazed at Amelia, her pink eyes boring straight into Amelia's violet ones. And then her apology, or perhaps her confession, began.
Up to this point, Ram did not believe that Lady Amelia could stand on her own 2 feet. Your heart was broken by the trial, and you lost even the Great Spirit, who was your foundation. I had wondered, how could you possibly find your footing now? However, this moment, Lady Amelia stands here on her own feet, head held high and ready for whatever comes. I deduct only minor points for the traces of tears remaining on your cheeks. Ah. Oh, sheesh.
Rubbing her sleeves against her cheeks, Amelia diligently eliminated the traces of tears Ram had pointed out. After that, she turned toward Ram once more, softly tilting her head.
So is Ram cooperating with Subaru and Otto because I'm such a crybaby? Surely you jest. Ram is not lending a hand to those 2 whatsoever. Ram is lending a hand to Lady Amelia after concluding that such cooperation holds value. Is that what it is? Yeah, I suppose it would be.
Amelia had challenged the trial because Subaru's voice had called out to her, and it was necessary for Garfiel's laments to be halted for Subaru's words to reach her. For that purpose, Otto's and Ram's cooperation was necessary, and as a result of all that, Amelia had managed to step forward. Certainly, one might call all Ram's actions grounded in diligent service toward Amelia.
But why? Why did you want to help me, Ram? Because when one has something to ask, it is necessary to display one's own sincerity.
Those words and the action that followed them made Amelia's breath catch. Amelia watched as Ram knelt before her, reverentially lowering her head to the ground. This was what one called a show of the greatest respect. It was the highest of formalities, meant to demonstrate who deserved the highest esteem of all. This was not the perfunctory respect Ram had previously shown Amelia, but a display of genuine respect.
Please, Lady Amelia, I beg you, save my liege, Master Roswell. Save Roswell. He is completely possessed by obsession. Obsession that has bound his heart like a curse for a very, very long time. Perhaps Ram was fine with him like that even so. Perhaps Ram was fine even if he did not look her way. Even if he thought of Ram as nothing more than a useful tool with which to satisfy his obsession.
Still offering the deepest bow, Ram candidly revealed what lay hidden within her chest. Perhaps as she constantly gazed at Roswell, this was the hope Ram had continued to nurse at the bottom of her heart under an emotionless mask. It was the hope that she was fine with being a useful tool alone. However, now Ram refused that way of being.
But his obsession has already strayed far from the path. He has lost sight of the objective that is the foundation of all his hopes, and Master Roswell clings to his text in name alone. I beg you, break his obsession. Will Roswell be all right with me breaking it? He will not. He will most certainly panic. He will lose his reason to live and might well collapse completely. However, Lady Amelia, you are the only one who can do this. Perhaps by moving Master Roswell away from his way of life that has buoyed him all this time, my feelings might succeed in reaching him.
This was an earnest plea. Bowing her head, Ram kept the tone of her voice normal, but she was earnestly pleading. Amelia did not properly understand even half the words her plea contained, but Ram's wishes, Ram's feelings, were genuine. That she understood, and that was enough.
What should I do? Please sit upon the royal throne. Lady Amelia must sit upon the royal throne of Lugunica. When that occurs, Master Roswell's desire shall be fulfilled, even as he continues to walk off the beaten path. The day shall come when his feelings are fulfilled. Yes, please offer Master Roswell this salvation. Please give his life meaning, today as well as tomorrow.
With Amelia pressed into silence, Ram piled word upon word without a pause. For the first time, Amelia received Ram's feelings, which were spoken with such eloquence. Maybe that was why. Maybe that was it. Deep inside Amelia's chest, she felt emotions that defied description as they bore down on her like never before. That moment, Rom, who thought she stood alone, unable to rely on anyone, was now depending on her. The hot emotions that bubbled up as a result were barely containable.
Please, Lady Amelia.
In front of Amelia, who spoke not a word, Ram slowly bowed her head. Her pink eyes were moist from all the love packed into that tiny frame of hers.
Save him.
That quiet plea sent a tangible tremble through Amelia's entire being. That feeling shot straight to her core, with enough impact to make her hands shake. She felt the heat conveyed by the blood coursing through her entire body. And once those feelings had run their course, there was only one thing remaining within Amelia. In her chest, a single sense of duty burned hot and bright.
I'm not really sure how my becoming king is connected to saving Roswal. I probably don't understand Ram's feelings yet. Not really. But
Silently, Amelia looked back at Ram, taking in a single breath. Bewilderment was vanishing from her swelling chest. Worry no longer remained in her mind. Never before had her soul burned this hot.
this is the first time Ram's asked me for anything, isn't it?
So it wasn't necessary to be difficult about this.
All right, Ram. Now that you believe in me, I want to give something back.
It was probably because at that moment what Amelia wanted to do and what Amelia needed to do were one and the same. No hesitation was necessary. Amelia simply smiled and nodded.
This is probably something I have to start working on from here on out.
Boldly, she stated her wish to fulfill not only her own desires, but someone else's as well. Ah, replied Ram, opening her mouth a little as she bowed. Somehow the tension seemed to ebb, and her worry too, judging from her lips, which trembled in relief. Seeing Ram's expression relaxing, Amelia felt a slight sense of satisfaction. At the same time, she thought it was very in character to see Ram refuse to cry despite her teary eyes. And then, just as Amelia extended a hand to the kneeling Ram to help her back to her feet,
I hope you do not mind my finally speaking my own words of congratulations.
feeling a tremble in the hand she touched, Amelia lifted her head toward the voice, which came from behind Ram, in the direction of the settlement. There, she saw a figure calmly standing on the grassy clearing. The voice was familiar. Their demeanor was aloof. More importantly, it came from the individual who was the veritable center of their conversation.
Roswal,
And so with faint wariness in her chest, Amelia called out his name.
It seems you were in the middle of conversing, but it feels like the matter came to an end. You do not mind.
Addressed by his name, the person, who was none other than Roswal L. Mathers, stepped forward toward them. He was clothed in his usual eccentric attire, and for the first time in a while, he showed off the white makeup he often wore on his face. This was the Roswal who Amelia knew, a far cry from the injured, bedridden patient she had seen of late.
that is far enough.
Amelia's call brought Roswal's feet to a halt. It was not the hard emotions infused in her voice that forced him to a stop, but the palm Amelia turned Roswal's way. Amelia had drawn Ram close with her right hand, turning her left toward him. Of course, this was no simple bluff, something the surging mana Roswal detected made plain.
My! Is this not quite a harsh welcome? Even though, upon hearing Amelia had challenged the trial, I came running over with this gravely injured body of mine.
I would dearly like to believe that is really what you think, but
Deflecting the truth with her words, Amelia narrowed her neat eyebrows. By rights, Roswal was Amelia's chief ally and patron in the royal selection. He was also the savior who brought Amelia out of the glacier that used to be the Great Eller Forest, which she'd only just set eyes upon in the past, revealed by the trial, and the one who had taught her it was possible to save her frozen kin. It was this Roswal of whom Amelia was wary, because she felt Ram's palm tremble in her grip.
Please do not make such a fearful face, Lady Amelia. Even I am genuinely concerned for you, or perhaps I should say I sympathize with you.
you sympathize with me? What do you mean by that?
I mean what I said. I sympathize with you from the bottom of my heart. For this situation where you, knowing no way to be loved, save through fulfilling the expectations of those around you, were inevitably forced to confront the past against your will.
As he shook his head in disapproval, Roswell's declaration made Amelia open her eyes wide. He spoke the word sympathy, as if he pitied Amelia's circumstances. However, the cold, melancholic emotions differed from simple sympathy. It was something bordering on malice.
Allow me to formally convey my congratulations to you, along with sentiments of sympathy and pity. You have done well to overcome the trial. I had truly thought it was beyond you.
A compliment like that makes it hard to just come out and say thank you. Besides, I have not yet properly finished the trial. I was told that there are 2 more.
Yes, I am aware of this. Besides, I am somewhat relieved. Lee, that even an airhead like you is able to understand that my congratulations just now were not words of goodwill.
Roswell laced his words with sarcasm as he continued addressing Amelia, who was perplexed and unable to discern his intent. His hostile emotions were complex, feeling like equal parts lament and joy. But it was clear that his self-wounding and his self-mockery were just scratching the surface of his suffering.
Roswell, what did you come here for? Did you really come just to say this?
Mostly for that. Also, I wish to see for myself.
See? You mean the results of my trial?
Roswell closed his eyes and pulled back his shoulders. In confirming the result of the trial, perhaps he wished to see what answer Amelia had gleaned from confronting her past, or whether it had broken her heart once more.
You said you thought I couldn't do it. Have you changed your opinion a little? Yeah, I think you had a lot of things to worry about. Until just a teeny little while ago, I was always pulling back from everything. I caused Puck, Subaru, and everyone all kinds of trouble.
If he thought Amelia probably wouldn't be able to overcome the trial, it was only natural. To be blunt, even that very moment, she found it mysterious that someone as weak as she had challenged the trial. Her heart easily wavered. Her thought process was shallow, and she was fragile and pathetic, yet still.
But even though I caused them so much trouble, everyone helped me. I'm such a no-good klutz, but everyone still lent me a hand. So I thought, I can't lose heart here.
Drawing back her left hand, which she'd trained toward Roswell, Amelia tried to grasp onto all the passionate feelings in her chest. It was not with mana, but with words that she wanted to reach out to Roswell that moment. But as Amelia spun such words, Roswell, his eyes closed, let out a faint sound from his throat. Roswell laughed, low and prolonged, suppressing his voice so that it came out as a trickle. Then he opened a single eye, earnestly training his yellow-colored eye on Amelia.
You say the same things as young Subaru. Is that something you also learned by copying him?
Master Roswell.
As Amelia's voice caught in her throat, Ram loudly rebuked Roswell in her stead. Ram, having maintained her silence up to that point, stood at Amelia's side as she powerfully slammed her pink emotions against her master. However, Roswell ignored this, seemingly receiving them like a refreshing breeze, and continued speaking to Amelia.
Those are borrowed words on a stage prepared for you. Even challenging the trial here was a choice made possible by everyone's goodwill. I find no fault with you. It is I, and the others around us, who desire that you do so. But though he understands this perfectly well, Subaru has forced such a cruel thing onto you.
That isn't so. Subaru was just...
That is his way. After all, he merely shouted encouragement at you that was shorn of all logic and reason, did he not? He summoned all the emotional arguments he could, forcing his ideals onto you alone. I understand. Indeed, after Triple O, we are the same, he and I.
Subaru, and you are the same? What is that supposed to mean?
In that we force our ideals upon the women we love.
When he made this firm statement, Ram gripped Amelia's hand harder with great force. Understanding the feeling in her palm, Amelia looked straight back at Roswell's yellow eye. A listless smile continued to adorn the corners of his lips as Roswaal shook his head side to side.
Just what did he say to you? Words that sounded comfortable to the ears, I am sure. You are soft, Lady Amelia, gently crumbling with ease, which makes you easy to handle as long as one remains polite. Truly, Lady Amelia is weak and fragile, someone embracing such forlorn hopes. You have considered what it would be like to live as a normal girl, I imagine. He has no interest in the real you, not in the slightest. What he loves is the ideal of you that rests within him. Is that not so?
Piling insidious words upon one another, Roswaal lowered his gaze, his eyes seeming desolate. At first, his words appeared to intentionally insult and scorn. Yet, for some reason, Amelia felt like the emotions he revealed were laments that cut into him instead. Perhaps Roswaal himself could no longer clearly differentiate between whether he was speaking about Subaru or about himself. Even as his presence overwhelmed her, Amelia took a short breath. Certainly, Roswaal was compelling enough to bowl most people over. But there was something that had to be said. More than anything else, he wasn't there to say it, so the trembling girl had to say it in his place.
That's all you have to say. Is that the only reason why you think you and Subaru are cut from the same cloth?
The question Amelia posed made a questioning air hover in both of Roswaal's eyes. However, he suspiciously made no reply. Roswaal had no words to follow that could match Amelia's question. Therefore, there truly was something that needed to be said.
If that really is all you have to say, you and Subaru are nothing alike.
After all, Subaru, who had chased after Amelia all the way into the tomb, certainly had argued with ideals, and it was not with reason or the importance of liberating the sanctuary that he persuaded Amelia. All the same, what he had vehemently argued were by no means whatsoever soft, pretty words alone.
You see, Subaru told me that I was a troublesome woman.
What?
He asked who I thought I was, doing all kinds of things and causing nothing but trouble. He asked how long was I going to keep doing things like this and make him wait with nothing but hope. He said that I was all talk, that I was so lacking in everything, he couldn't even look at me. That's what Subaru told me.
In the tomb, in that cold stonework corridor, Subaru had pressed his forehead to Amelia's, angrily shouting at her. That instant, Amelia remembered the jeers that had shaken her heart.
It was just as Subaru said. I'm a weakling, all mouth, coming up short all over the place.
Amelia had even forgotten that she was a weakling, all talk, lacking in this way and that. She'd thrust away her memories and acted like those parts of her didn't exist. But Subaru had understood. He'd seen right through her. To Amelia, now that she'd recovered her past, this was something to take deep, immeasurable joy in.
Subaru saw me as I really am, and I thought, I don't want to show Subaru just my bad sides anymore. That's why you and Subaru are nothing alike.
If Subaru Natsuki was someone who couldn't accept anything less than the ideal Amelia, she'd probably still be in the tomb clutching her knees that very moment. Even where Garfield was concerned, she had no doubt that if Subaru, knowing things beyond his ideals, hadn't spoken of idealism, Garfield would have never lent his ears to such words. Subaru, knowing Amelia was weak, had told her he loved her nonetheless. Subaru, knowing Garfield was kind, had told him to change nonetheless. Subaru came running to everyone whose feet stood still, scolding them, shoving their backs, making them run as well. You can do it, he said. You can fight. He said, you don't have time to stand still, he said.
When my memories returned, I was anxious. With Puck gone, I felt like I was being crushed. When I remembered everything, I felt like I wasn't myself anymore. Like who I was up until now had been a lie.
What she believed in had been demolished, and as a result, she had ceased to move. Cowering in the face of such thoughts, the reason Amelia could stand there having confronted and overcome her past was,
When you think you want to do something, when you want to change, there are people who will help you, who will give you a helping hand. He taught me there are people like that out there.
Is that not merely a fraud? A fraud's act meant to convince you to stand once more, so.
No, it's not a lie. It's not nonsense with no basis at all. Subaru said he believed in me. Those feelings will not become a lie. I won't let them be a lie. That is my answer.
Emilia boldly dismissed Roswal's rebuttal. She would never let the words that Subaru had spoken to her when she was helpless and hapless be called a lie, a non-existent hope. She would not allow it. The words Subaru Natsuki had firmly declared to Emilia, "I know you can do it," were no lie. Emilia had broken out of her own shell, and by doing it, the lie had ceased to be. It was what people called a wish that it would cease to be a lie. That was why.
I'll turn lies into wishes. Right now, that's what I want to do and what I need to do.
This was what Subaru had so earnestly, so desperately taught her. Once, Emilia could not draw her answer out in a concrete form, but at that moment, she'd finally pieced it together. She would make this wish come true. That was what Emilia had to do. Roswaal had not interrupted Emilia, nor had he replied. Still, it took only one look at his eyes to know that her words had not simply rolled off. His gaze was trained toward both of Emilia's eyes, as if trying to keep the keen emotions under his makeup, under his ornamental smile, from reaching his face. That was how she knew. Roswaal's mental state was far too conflicted to decipher. He was wise, and Emilia felt he'd lived in a world utterly beyond her comprehension. But that instant, she realized something, that perhaps the true reason that had caused Roswaal to come to this place might be—
Roswaal, could it be that you wanted to make me do something horrible?
The possibility abruptly came to her mind. The instant she put it on her lips, she could think of no other reason. Pushing himself to come while deeply wounded, intermingling words of congratulations with insults, speaking maliciously that he had expected nothing of her, and on top of that, mocking Subaru. It was one uncharacteristic behavior piled upon the next.
It's like you want to make me angry so that I'll punish you.
Purely to get this out of the way, I happen to dislike pain.
I would think everyone dislikes that.
The reply tugged at Emilia's mind, making her incline her head, but he had not denied Emilia's words. He wanted to be hurt, to be punished. Had Roswaal come to this place in hopes of that? Even Emilia could understand such destructive impulses, despising oneself to the point of wanting to be put through the ringer. The only difference was whether one directed that inwardly or outwardly. Emilia was the sort to direct it inwardly. Perhaps that was true of Roswaal as well.
And so you have changed again. To me, this is exceedingly difficult to accept.
Roswaal?
I respect your decision, and the will to walk forward is praiseworthy. I can comprehend how you discern there is hope after accepting your pain and wounds. That is why I sympathize with you.
Sympathize. Once more, Roswaal brought up the word he had begun his speech with to Emilia. But Emilia thought she had already asserted that his sympathy was misplaced. There was no reason to view her as pitiable, for Emilia had already found hope. Finding that hope fleeting, Roswaal shook his head side to side. After all,
even your virtuous decision to be hurt is already meaningless, for this is a finished world.
Finished world?
Properly speaking, this is a world approaching its end, perhaps. It is a world that has veered off its proper path, a world astray from its proper destination. This sanctuary and the royal selection are already meaningless.
slowly shaking his head again, Roswaal spoke those words, seemingly finding this acutely regrettable from the bottom of his own heart. Emilia could not conceal her bewilderment at the inconsistency between his demeanor and the emotions precipitating it. Even though deep in his heart he still felt frustration, Roswaal was letting everything go.
Roswaal, what are you trying to cast away? You and I started this together, right? Casting it aside midway, that's absolutely wrong.
Ben, what is it you wish to do?
I don't know, but wrong things are wrong. I don't understand what you're trying to give up on, Roswaal, but don't give up. That's too selfish of you, isn't it?
Knowing full well she sounded like she was lecturing a child, Emilia extended an accepting hand toward Roswaal. If Roswaal was going to try and let things go, she'd grab him and drag him back in her stead.
There's no need to abandon anything. Not anymore.
You truly do speak like young Subaru.
As Amelia thrust her chest out, firmly declaring her beliefs, Roswaal sighed. From there, he let his shoulders droop, as if all energy had slipped out of him, and shifted his gaze to the tomb behind Amelia.
Just how well can you change grandiose language into reality?
That's what I'm going to prove from here on out. In the tomb, no, even outside the sanctuary.
Amelia was firmly declaring to Roswaal that she would challenge the second trial. Then she shifted her gaze toward Ram, whose hand she had not let go of the entire time.
Lady Amelia.
Ram, having maintained her silence as she witnessed the pair's replies to each other, addressed Amelia with trembling lips. Nodding to her call, Amelia gently let go of her hand, which had linked the two together.
I am going, Ram. Somehow, I will make your wish come true.
Nodding as Ram lowered her eyes, Amelia turned around, shifting her gaze toward the tomb's entrance. With her words to Roswaal and her words to Ram, Amelia had surely exhausted all the words she possessed. The rest had to be proven with the answer Amelia arrived at. Not through words, but actions. Putting a foot upon the stone steps, she desired once more to enter the tomb she had just left. Behind her,
You are wrong about one thing, Lady Amelia. Everything began between teacher and me.
there was an exceedingly nostalgic twinge to his voice. His voice seemed fiendishly adoring, as if to gently trample one underfoot. With that voice at her back, Amelia advanced into the tomb, which shone with light. She headed for the stonework room she had once departed. There, the second trial waited, a trial to make the lying words someone had spoken into a wish come true.
I saw the past, so next would be.
Just what awaited her. With the painful battle of the first trial fresh in her chest, Amelia headed straight back into the stonework room. When she reached her destination, the faint, pale radiance of the place illuminated the words of support Subaru had left for her. The remaining trials numbered 2. When the third trial was overcome, the sanctuary would greet its future. The moment she had the thought,
Behold the unknowable present.
the instant she realized the voice she heard whispering in her ear was her own, strength drained from her body, her consciousness blanked out, and Amelia had the powerful sense that her soul was being shorn from her body, whisking her off to a place in the yonder.
Subaru.
Not even certain what her own lips had spoken at the very end, Amelia knew the second trial had begun. Having watched Amelia enter the tomb, Roswaal and Ram were left alone on the grassy clearing. Ram gently pressed her left hand, which Amelia had held, against her chest.
Rather unexpectedly, her resolve seems to be extremely high. Subaru is indeed a formidable foe.
As Ram did so, Roswaal, having also watched Amelia leave from a short distance away, murmured thus. There was little emotion infused in his tone of voice. He did not seem to be particularly disappointed by what he had spoken. In fact, Ram was certain of it. Roswaal did not have the heartfelt interest shown by his demeanor just moments before. The proof was how Roswaal was completely unruffled by a result that was surely contrary to his will.
I am sorry to have put all that goodwill you painstakingly built to waste. To not launch her own outbursts after enduring so much vitriol, she truly is weak to the bitter end.
Master Roswaal, from what point did you observe Ram and Lady Amelia's conversation?
I had some rather sharp words with young Subaru and the others, you see. I wanted to see Lady Amelia's state for myself, and so I saw you bending your knee before her. You are quite the actress yourself.
Roswaal seemed quite impressed when he replied to Ram's question. In other words, Roswaal had seen Ram give her respects to Amelia and ask for her one precious wish to be granted. And having seen it and engaged in his exchanges with Amelia as a result, he was now thanking Ram for her efforts.
Had Lady Amelia given in to provocation and attempted to inflict harm upon me, victory or defeat in the contest would have been determined in short order, but perhaps the circumstances seemed somewhat too favorable.
He meant to stimulate Amelia's anger and turn it toward him. Amelia had interpreted it as a desire for her to hurt him. In that, she had been correct. Where Amelia was wrong was that he did not desire this, because he wished to receive his punishment. Roswal merely wanted to do his utmost to fulfill what was recorded in his magic tome. The royal selection existed for that purpose. The sanctuary existed for that purpose. He existed for that purpose. Garfiel's grief, Ryuzu's and Shima's long-standing desires, Frederica's devotion, Subaru's melancholy, Emilia's sense of guilt, even Ram's feelings. These were all things he used to accomplish the magic tome's desired result.
Young Subaru and the others head toward the mansion, leaving this sanctuary to Lady Amelia. At a glance, this action appears skillful, but it is a poor move. Seeing nothing but what one wishes to see is a habit anyone would term a vice. It is not one I would wish for young Subaru to acquire.
What do you mean by this?
I did not expect that Garfield would join Subaru's side. But this also means his removal from the sanctuary side of the board. If his troublesome eyes are closed, I will draw nearer to my objective in a way that hasn't been possible until now. I heard you cooperated with them on the Garfield matter. Of course, I understand that you believed this to be a good thing. Your feelings run deep. I have taken them into account as well, of course.
Ram was hanging her head as Roswal walked over, gently patting her shoulder. Through his palm, Roswal conveyed an immense amount of trust toward Ram. The touch of his fingertips sent Ram's heart beating faster within her chest. Touching him, exchanging words with him, doing whatever he commanded. These actions filled Ram with feelings that were the pinnacle of happiness. It was no exaggeration to say that they were what gave meaning to her life. It was what she lived for. The instant she had the thought, Ram ignored the slight gap it created in her heart. That moment, she could not humor that hollow sensation.
Master Roswal, what do you intend to do from here?
What I seek has not changed from before. I merely need overexert myself a trifle.
Ram will...
You should wait here for Lady Amelia to return. After Trivalal, even I will feel pangs in my chest if that valiant girl arrives with no one to greet her.
From the faint lowering of the corners of his eyes, his statement was not one of sarcasm but of consideration toward Amelia. Even as he schemed to ruin Amelia's efforts, he acted with warped concern for her heart. It was not limited to Amelia. The same applied to Subaru, to Garfield, and to everyone else. Hence, Ram bowed to Roswal, the only one to whom she had opened her heart, and watched him go. Roswal slipped out of the grassy clearing, not toward the settlement, but toward the forest. She watched him with her pink eyes until he was no longer in view, after which Ram gently closed them. And then, relying on the scenery displayed within those closed eyes, Ram arrived at a certain place. It was a building that maintained an abnormal white color, with a foul stench that repelled visitors. It was the witch's laboratory, lurking in the deepest part of the forest, at the end of a path unworthy of the name. A place she had been told of several times, yet had never reached. And so Ram stepped into that place, one to which she had never been invited. She did not conceal the sound of her shoes. If anything, she purposefully made her steps loud, as if trying to carve her presence into his eardrums. In doing so, she announced she had chased after his vision, followed in his footsteps, in order to reach this place. It was as if to say, in response to so many questions, her appearing here in such a manner was her answer.
I see. So, by using clairvoyance, arriving here was an easy feat for you?
Accordingly, the presence of the visitor, nay, the intruder, was immediately made known to the devil. The devil at the entrance to the room looked upon Ram with a questioning air and a faint whiff of bewilderment dwelling in his differently colored eyes. Ram was keenly aware that this rare reaction from him made her chest leap with a sense of maidenly exultation.
The secret art of clairvoyance, passed down among the Oni, did not function unless the wavelengths of the caster and the target were compatible. Naturally, if Ram exerted herself, she could match her own wavelength even to that of demon beasts. But it was a different story where a high-rank opponent was concerned. If such an opponent closed his heart, synchronization was utterly impossible. In other words, had Roswal not truly opened his heart to her, clairvoyance could not function upon him. In point of fact, Ram had not attempted to overlap her own vision with that of Roswal's even once to this point, and so she had finally arrived at this place. Really, How could she fail to feel joy?
I believe I asked you to wait for Lady Amelia.
Yes, you did.
Then I bid you, for what due purpose have you come to this place?
That is very simple.
When asked, she suppressed the passion that made her heart beat loudly, replying with her expression still neutral and tranquil. Ram's pink hair swayed as she drew her wand from under the hem of her skirt. It was her beloved wand, granted to her by Roswaal personally, when she had only just begun to serve him. It was a magic wand, employing Ram's own broken-off horn. Twirling it within her hand, she thrust its tip toward her beloved master.
I have come to rob you of your obsession with the witch.
To the man she cared for, who was mad with love, she confessed her own love, hoping to sear it into him. Ram had gone along with the gamble because she viewed it as her best opportunity to fulfill her own wish.
Greetings, Miss Ram. The wind is serene tonight. The wind is serene tonight. A fine night, isn't it?
When a certain man addressed Ram, it was the night before Amelia overcame the trial of the tomb, the night before Garfield broke through his 10 years of stagnation, the night before Subaru trembled from the humiliation of having his verses of love read by undesired parties, and the night before Ram placed her wager for her own long-standing desire. In other words, it was the previous night. In a cranny of the settlement, Ram stood still in a place that felt bereft of humanoid presence as she stared squarely at the individual.
I wondered who it might be, but you are the man who was with Barusu, yes? Without Barusu beside you, your presence is so faint that I was unsure what manner of creature you are.
So I'm not even human now? I do understand why you would treat me as an appendage to Mr. Natsuki, but
A man improved by being someone's appendage has no worth of his own. Begone.
this maid is extremely harsh.
Ram's attitude left him without an island to cling to, and the young man's voice went shrill as he turned his face toward the heavens. Ram exhaled at his reaction, embracing her own elbows as she looked at him squarely from the front. The young man tensed his shoulders, seeming uncomfortable under the gaze of her narrowed pink eyes.
Do you mind if I have a word with you?
Setting aside whether I remember you or not, shouldn't you speak your name first? Setting aside whether I remember you or not.
I am not certain why you repeated that part twice. I am Otto Suen. I may be a mere traveling merchant, but I would dearly appreciate you remembering my name and face even so. That depends on whether the conversation you bring is interesting, and to what extent, I suppose I must say.
Then, with candor, could we have your cooperation on Mr. Natsuki's wager with the Marquis?
Having meant to assert that the initiative rested with her, Ram caught her breath a little. That was how easily the young man, how easily Otto had nonchalantly crept into her flank. When she glanced over, Otto was smiling as he keenly scrutinized Ram with his gaze. Ram grasped that this, in contrast to his frivolous expression, constituted his true worth as a traveling merchant.
You seem to be quite a fraudster.
I am merely a man midway through chasing a dream. Perhaps that is why I get along with Mr. Natsuki and his reckless pursuits. I have digressed.
Ha! Bald-faced liar. Also, you have set your hopes in the wrong place. Ram's desires align with Master Rosewall's wishes. How did you come to believe I would lend Barusu a hand?
I trust you are well aware that where the destination of his wishes is concerned, the flow of events has already strayed from the Marquis's desires. I believe Mr. Natsuki has spoken to you of this as well.
Otto had approached Ram once he was certain beyond a set extent. Feeling that this was an unamusing fact, Ram slid one hand down to her thigh. The wand holstered there under her skirt was her beloved weapon for the employment of magic. Even as she thought it was overkill against the likes of Otto, the means to instantly overwhelm him was a precious treasure indeed.
As I see it, this seems to be my time to excel.
Your what?
Seeing Otto twitch a cheek and moisten his lips with his tongue, Ram raised an eyebrow toward him.
This is a critical moment, or something along those lines. It's nothing to brag about, but my winning percentage for excelling is rather good.
Such exaggerated confidence. I wonder, do you truly think such confidence is enough to seduce Ram to your will?
She had no ears to lend to half-hearted invitations. Compared with how she was previously, Otto could only think that Ram's position had also grown precarious. This was a veritable critical juncture indeed. If he could at least excel properly, then perhaps.
For whatever reason, Mr. Natsuki does not think of Miss Ram as an enemy, come what may. If he is correct, I believe we should cooperate with Miss Ram's own true desires.
What a pity.
Eh?
Otto had an idiotic look on his face as Ram sighed deeply, sliding her hand up from her thigh. Then she used that same hand she had drawn back to gently stroke her own hair.
I said, what a pity. Please go into detail.
Even if she listened to his explanation to the end, it would still not be too late to decide whether to use her wand or not. At the very least, Otto offering negotiations was not a bad thing. Yes, she would humor him with a show of acceptance. And so, in response to Ram's urging, Otto proceeded to explain in detail.
So what do you think of all this?
Are you an idiot?
Ram was declaring that her eyes beheld an idiot, and the word one should turn upon an idiot was idiot itself. It was only natural she had the urge to say that. After all, Otto's explanation was no summary or outline, but closer to divulging every last card in his group's hand. In other words, he'd exposed their entire scheme to her.
Do you lack the imagination to grasp what would happen if Ram told Master Rosewall all this?
If you must put it that way, I can imagine nothing good. However, I am a merchant, so I must spare no effort required to succeed where business is concerned. Were failure to result from cold feet, I would bring shame to the House of Suen, you see.
Otto was stuffily asserting that he could not bring shame to his family. Such determination could not reach Ram's heart, as she already had no family of her own. At least, it should not have.
Miss Ram?
Nothing at all. More importantly, at the beginning, you behaved as if you approached me in Barusu's service, but this is your own decision, isn't it? At the very least, you have not spoken to Barusu where Garf is concerned.
You really could tell, couldn't you?
I do not think Barusu would approve such recklessness. Ram also views this as an extremely stupid thing to attempt alone, enough that calling it a personality flaw does not seem to do it justice.
Of course, Subaru and Otto's plan incorporated countermeasures against Garfield, and the radical contents thereof required the drafter of that plan to exhaust himself right to death's door, casting such a precarious net that only a thin ray of hope could be seen.
It truly is a personality flaw. Not that I would say this to anyone, but the planner is absolutely not cut out to be a merchant.
Do you really intend to hide such a thing when you are looking straight into my eyes like this?
Male pride or something of the sort. How trivial, Ram thought disdainfully with a snort. However, setting aside Otto's concealed determination, the plan was not a bad one. The elements of the gamble were not few. Yet it was far more forward-looking than waiting for inevitable defeat, wasn't it? Accordingly,
If Ram is to cooperate with you, there are 3 conditions.
Ram held up 3 fingers as she spoke. Otto hardened his expression as he nodded deeply.
I am listening.
First, Garf. Giving him a knuckle sandwich is just fine. Ram enthusiastically concurs where it comes to breaking the bridge of Garf's nose. However, after the bridge of his nose is broken, you are to leave him to Ram.
As I hope you will play a large role where Garfield is concerned, those words sound quite ominous.
That depends on Garf.
She was not particularly concerned. She'd known Garfield for nearly a decade. So long as he was the same as he'd always been, it was highly unlikely she would be the one to yield, though it was still stupid.
After that, Lady Amelia. I cannot bear seeing Lady Amelia so haggard now that she has lost the Great Spirit. Tell Barusu he needs to do something. It may be outside of Master Rosewall's intentions, but even so, if we are to move forward, having Lady Amelia get back to her feet is unavoidable, whether I like it or not.
This time, it is up to Mr. Natsuki and Lady Amelia where that is concerned, yes? Well, it might be the most up-in-the-air portion, but this plan does hinge on the premise that it will work out in the end.
Otto scratched his pathetic face in response to Ram's statements. Just as he himself was aware, the basis of the plan put exceptionally heavy emphasis on what was expected out of Subaru and Amelia's relationship. It was a plan built on the premise and the belief that there was something tangible between them. Emotions included, It was a plan largely reliant on logic, yet that specific part rested on emotional hopes in particular.
Either way, I expect you to accept these two conditions, as they are necessary and the minimum conditions for the success of your plan. It is not particularly a hindrance to you, I trust.
I suppose not. Put bluntly, I had considered it possible you would propose far more difficult and less achievable things. I imagine the third is quite something, so I should be quiet and wait before saying such things.
What a fool!
She could understand Otto's wariness, but his concerns were needless. Certainly, there was no mistaking that Ram was hopping on board the plan for her own objectives. But that was something Otto, who had proposed as much, had no doubt already woven into his schemes. It was only natural that Garfield, Amelia, and after them Subaru and Otto would fight valiantly. It was a good thing for Ram to cooperate to a lesser or greater extent. But Ram would yield the final scene to no one else. Therefore, the final condition Ram sought from Otto was a simple one. And that was...
You will not speak one word to Barusu about why Ram wishes to join his wager.
And having arrived at the final scene of the plan she had joined, Ram stood across from Rosewall. The place was the facility covertly placed in the forest, the place that appeared in Shima's story of the past, and in one sense, the place that served, along with the tomb, as the central pillar of the sanctuary. The hovering stench and the abnormally white walls threw portions of her five senses into chaos. However, it was not a problem, for the man who stood in front of Ram's eyes had robbed Ram of her consciousness, down to the furthest corners of her soul, long, long before.
Obsession, you say
Rosewall murmured in a low voice. He said it both to repeat the claim Ram had spoken aloud and to classify the objective for which she herself had appeared in this place. That very instant, Rosewall browsed through a variety of possibilities in his mind. Most of them were widely at variance with the truth. Then he came across the possibility he thought most likely.
I think this is unlikely yet. Could it be you are truly minded to turn your wand against me?
Raising his eyebrows in apparent surprise, Rosewall had come to a single conclusion about Ram's behavior. By stripping away all the clearly wrong ways to take her words, he had finally arrived at the proper answer. When he asked her this, Ram stood straighter, which made Rosewall's shoulders sag.
I see it has been years since you have turned your wand upon me, but for that time to come now is unfortunate. It also pains me that someone who knows my feelings and my objective would call them an obsession.
I may not have said it aloud, but I have always thought so. It is only natural.
And natural. I suppose it is, given your long days of humiliating submission.
Even as he slumped his shoulders, Rosewall beheld Ram, who stood resolutely, with his two colored eyes. From there, he gently ran his fingers through his indigo hair.
Seeing nothing save that which you wish to see, how truly ironic that I appraised this to be young Subaru's vice when it occurs right under my own nose. I had thought your actions an expression of devotion in your own way.
Giving Garf a knuckle sandwich was both for the sake of Ram's objective and for setting Garf's stupidity straight. What is it you intended to do to that group without Ram?
I cannot deny the sense that you planned them very well as a result. For this final contest, young Subaru elected to gamble and cast out his net. I do not trifle with such gambling.
He spoke as if Subaru's decision was ironic, whereas his own thoughts were logical. In point of fact, she agreed with Roswell's opinion not once, but 100 times over. Many of Subaru's actions were haphazard, and Otto's plan merely had the heaven-sent fortune of including Ram's cooperation on its side. Ram's assessment of Subaru was unchanged. He was a man with good timing, and that was all.
But having good timing alone is Barusu's sole redeeming feature. I was not mistaken in wagering on that single redeeming feature. You have the book, I take it? At a point up the final contest, at a juncture pushing Master Rosewall to make a move himself, it is inconceivable you would not have the Book of Knowledge in your possession, considering you rely upon it the most.
Rosewall told no one where he kept his Book of Knowledge. Ram knew only that the Book of Knowledge was certain to exist, but he always kept it in a place beyond her reach. This was a golden opportunity where she was certain Roswaal had the Book of Knowledge in his hands, and thus she had come. This was the moment Ram had been waiting for a long time.
I am not forgotten. It is, after all, the one and only vow made between you and me.
A sword? To he who would wield it. Magic? To he who would cling to it. Flame? To he who is devoted to it.
And Danoni, to he who desires it, one that shall destroy his very foundation, goes it.
The words of the vow they had exchanged took them back to the very beginning of the pair's relationship. When Ram was still very young, those were the words of the vow they made after she had borrowed Roswaal's aid to wreak retribution upon the scoundrels who had destroyed the Oni people. It was an oath that showed both her loyalty to Roswaal and her commitment to destroying his wish. This was the vow sworn between Ram and Roswaal, undiluted in the 9 years since its forging.
So the time has come, then. Certainly, the flow of this world goes astray of my desired path, and thus the vow comes into force, meaning that I, having lost my desire, am to offer myself to you as promised.
Roswaal was resolved to offer up the entirety of his very long life in order to arrive at the result recorded within the magic tome, so much that, if he should fail, living would lose all meaning.
If I was to become a hollow shell, you may do with me as you please. Such I did promise, yes?
Whether you live or die is up to Ram.
Yes, that was it. After the passage of nearly 10 years, you might finally fulfill your retribution.
Reconfirming the vow he could not possibly have forgotten, Roswaal drew a black book out from his pocket. Setting eyes upon the black-bound book, Ram knew with one glance that this was the abominable Book of Prophecy. This was the Book of Knowledge, the continued pursuit that was Roswaal's very reason to go on. It was the magic tome she had sworn to destroy long ago.
To you, this must have been a long, long, bitter time, I imagine. After all, you were forced to pledge loyalty against your will and spend your days with the man who caused the destruction of your homeland. Even if without your horn your body required my support in order for you to live, it must have been exceedingly agonizing. I am sorry to have acted as if it is not my affair.
His tone of voice was dry of emotion as Roswaal defined Ram's very existence. Because of her homeland's destruction, those words revived a memory, and with them pain within Ram's chest. She recalled her home village set aflame, the wails of her brethren, her family seeking rescue as they perished. The Oni, said to be the mightiest of demi-humans, had no way to resist the power of brute numbers. Her people, few in number and assailed with malice that far outnumbered them, met their end in a single night, leaving none but Ram and behind. Her vow with Roswaal was necessary in order to live thereafter. This was something that never knew and something that Ram never told.
Covering your vengeful heart with a shell of loyalty, you hid the flames of retribution that you nurtured within you while you served me. Even so, there was no more excellent pawn than you. Until now, even within this sanctuary, just how precious a treasure have you been?
Roswaal continued his soliloquy, even as Ram prayed for the ill feeling from her memories to go away. Many of his words were praise. Understanding the true intentions Ram had long kept hidden, he was giving faint praise for overcoming a number of tribulations to arrive at this point for the sake of fulfilling her desire. This was a very warped form of love. It was the love with which one celebrated a child advancing in days and months, reaching out as her desire was about to be granted. But
And that makes it more the pity. Your decision is but a tiny trifle premature.
in the span of a single instant, the sentiments of praise infusing his voice turned to disappointment. A smile came over Roswaal as he shook his head side to side, grimacing at Ram as she gripped her wand.
You have done well to create an opportunity where I am compelled to have the Book of Knowledge on my person. If Garfield ceased his obsession with the sanctuary, if Lady Emilia ceased relying solely on young Subaru, whatever the result, there would be no way to preserve that which has been written except for me to move personally.
One by one, the conditions required for the fulfillment of what was written had been abolished. The problematic knots that had prevented the liberation of the sanctuary had been untied one after another. The pawns who served him were gone.
Though, I suppose saying resolved rather than abolished better reflects the depth of your feelings.
The simplest means is usually the poorest. Ram does not care for losing wagers either, you see.
This time are not the nets cast by your hand, rather numerous. Of course, it is worthy of praise that your clairvoyance ability enabled you to tail even me. That was splendidly done. However,
Cutting off his words at that point, Roswaal closed one eye, the gaze of his yellow eye shooting right through Ram.
you should have let me do what I have come here to accomplish and could have accomplished with but one more step. That alone is a pity.
Spreading his hands wide and still holding the book in his right, Roswaal turned his attention to that which stood behind him. In the deepest part of the facility, a cavity was formed out of the white walls, and from this concealed room trickled out a blue light. Squinting to follow the light to its source, Ram saw an unusually large crystal enter her field of vision. No, a magic crystal, within which a young girl was sealed. This was Rizu Meyer, the true identity of Sanctuary as Seema had explained it.
This is the commendable girl who offered up her body for the sake of her friend, becoming the core of the sanctuary. But this instant, she is not my objective. What I require is this magic crystal.
You intend to use the magic crystal as a catalyst to employ great magic?
Enough to alter the weather, yes. Earlier, I said this world had gone astray from my intentions, but that is not quite precise. The most critical part yet remains. It is in this sense that you were over-eager.
I thought events had strayed from the ones written in the Book of Knowledge.
Quite a bit, yes. However, that is not so for the ending. One cannot speak of success or failure until what is written in the book for the sanctuary arrives at its conclusion. If snow should fall here, what shall become of the sanctuary? What is its future?
In accordance with the Book of Knowledge, Roswaal would make snow fall on the sanctuary. He had come for the magic crystal to employ it as a magic catalyst, and to employ that spell
Requires an enormous amount of concentration and the very deft use of mana. That instant, you would have been able to achieve your retribution with certainty. Even without your horn, had you attacked by surprise, my wounds are deep and my trust great enough to slow my reactions. You would most certainly have struck me down.
I did not, for to do so would be meaningless.
In the sense that you wish to conquer me when I am whole, or that you wish to destroy me without a single second to spare. I can somewhat understand such feelings, but
No. I was right. You truly understand nothing, do you?
Ram's reply left a genuinely questioning look all over Roswaal's face. That fact made Ram close her eyes. On the back of her eyelids was a vortex of complex emotions she absolutely never allowed to reach the surface. Ram closed her eyes so that her own way of living, something she had sworn never to reveal to any other for her entire life, might be shown to her alone. Opening her eyes, she lifted her face. Then she trained her usual impetuous look toward Roswaal.
Your wish shall not be granted. For you to strictly observe the terms, offering yourself to me as an empty shell is meaningless. Greeting a broken version of you will not satisfy me.
my, how greedy of you! However, what shall you do about it? Even if the Oni once called you the chosen one of the gods, you are now far from that without your horn. Even though I, too, am wounded, I can employ quite sufficient magic before establishing the ritual. Can you defeat me?
No, it would surely be foolish to think so. I understand full well that Master Roswaal's power is second only to his teacher.
When Roswaal claimed she had no chance of victory, Ram nodded, making no effort to refute him. As a matter of fact, Ram had no chance of victory, even if she hadn't been worn down from the recent fight with Garfield. Ram did not have even a slight chance of barely eking out a win if she fought Roswaal.
Then what purpose could you seek to accomplish, I will wonder?
Giving the raised book a light toss, Roswaal caught it with his opposite hand and theatrically stuffed it into his pocket. Flickering flames floated up from his pair of empty palms. Red, blue, green? Roswaal narrowed both his eyes as he showed her flames of one color after the next. At the tip of Roswaal's gaze, Ram infused power into the wand she held in her hand, sliding her empty opposite hand into her maid outfit. And then,
Ram has no chance of victory. That much is clear. However, if it is 2 against 1, perhaps the advantage is ours?
the voice came from neither Ram nor Roswaal. Within the white-colored building, the sound of this voice echoed across the cavity farthest in back, causing Roswaal's face to contort dramatically. It was not anger, but surprise at the unexpected and delight at being surprised that made him smile.
So, this is the greatest reason you went along with young Subaru's plan.
I told you, Master Roswaal, I have come to rob you of your obsession with the witch.
Responding to Roswaal's loud voice, Ram grasped the hem of her skirt and bowed. In the time the pair exchanged those words, a light shone. This gradually took definable form. We!
And I am a passing wild spirit. It's been a while since I've had a long fight. Let's start, shall we?
With gray-colored fur, a long tail, and excessively, intensely adorable gestures, a little cat, the Great Spirit appeared. In Ram's hand was the magic crystal that Subaru had given to her, along with an uncontracted Great Spirit, lending its aid for a single night on a whim.
Yes, I see. In that case, certainly.
Heya, Roswaal, come to think of it, I never did get a chance to settle things with you, did I?
As Roswaal offered his acclaim, the Great Spirit groomed his face as he replied. Then Roswaal nodded deeply at the situation that had been wrought via Ram's schemes.
Come.
As you wish.
The bewitching colored flames blazed higher as colorless blades of wind flew with wild abandon, and the world was plunged into explosively freezing cold. In that one instant, shockwaves spread across the sanctuary, and a macabre dance began between Oni, devil, and spirit.
Keeping her breath low in the darkness, Petra did her best to suppress everything from her body that could be defined as sound. She made her small body even smaller, mindful even of the crinkle of clothing rubbing against air. She walked with her hand over her mouth, for if she did not, her breaths, more chaotic than she could remember, would make a sound from her throat. She nearly wished she could stop her heart so that its noisy thumping might pause for a minute.
Petra's light brown hair swayed as she walked unsteadily in the mansion, which she had begun to get used to, almost like she was lost in an unfamiliar world. She was glad that the floor had a soft carpet over it. Thanks to that, she was spared from having her trembling toes hitting the floor. She vowed to gratefully wash the carpet the next time she had a chance. Were it not for such silly thoughts, her legs would have stopped obeying her completely. As it was, her tottering gait was slower than that of a baby. If she stopped, she likely would never walk forward again. She was in a long corridor with no end to it. This one time, she was tempted to hate the vastness of this large mansion she had grown so fond of.
How? And why? Had things turned out that way?
Until a few brief hours before, the mansion was an ideal workplace to Petra. She'd been in awe of the mansion to begin with, and the maid outfits were cute and wonderful too. Frederica, the one instructing her, was kind, and the mansion was connected to someone she was faintly fond of. It was perfect. That perfect world, enveloped by admiration and dreams, was now so frightening that it nearly froze Petra's heart. The night when everything changed had been just like the previous day until darkness fell. After the evening meal, she'd tried to bring Beatrice's untouched meal to her, wiped down the girl named Rem, who continued to sleep in her room, and went to Frederica's own quarters to hear her assessment of that day's work. After that, She bathed, returned to her own assigned personal room, and slept in preparation for the next.
Petra, please wake up. Petra.
Miss Frederica?
Feeling that someone was shaking her body and hearing a voice speaking to her, Petra gently awoke in the middle of the night. When she looked over, Frederica was in uniform, standing by the bed, which made Petra blink her round eyes wide in surprise. It was not surprise that she had been awoken at that hour. Rather, it was the obvious tension that Frederica exuded. She remembered that sensation. It was an aura that Petra had felt several times some months ago.
Miss.
Immediately wiping away her drowsiness, Petra jumped right out of the bed. Frederica was a little surprised by the sight, but when Petra, grasping the situation, leaped into her arms, she gently held the girl. Then she stroked Petra's head with her free hand.
Petra, listen closely. Head outside through the dining hall's kitchen door. Do it quietly without a sound, but as quickly as you can. You can do it, yes?
I can do it. But Miss Frederica, what about you?
I will follow soon enough. Once you are outside the mansion, run as far as the village. Once I meet up with you safe and sound, how about I let you sleep in a little tomorrow?
Speaking as if making a very slight joke, Frederica let Petra go. Petra was still smiling at Frederica as she felt a tangible sense of tension spread across her entire body. Something was happening at the mansion, and Petra was helpless to do anything about it.
Petra.
With that brief call serving as a signal, the pair left the room. The night sky was covered with clouds, and the mansion was submerged in darkness beyond moonlight's reach. Faced with the gloom of the unlit corridor, Frederica squinted, and Petra gently followed behind her. When Frederica narrowed her jade eyes and caught her breath, Petra simultaneously broke into a run in the opposite direction.
Dining hall, dining hall.
She repeatedly murmured to herself what Frederica had told her. The dining hall was on the first floor of the main wing. Fortunately, by going straight down that particular passage, she would immediately reach it. She'd already memorized the interior of the mansion. Even in the dark, it was an easy win. But just as she reached the passage that stretched from the east wing to the main wing, Petra came right to a halt. If she raced to the main wing, she could rush straight to the dining hall's kitchen door. Frederica's instructions were to flee as far as the village from there. However,
Miss Remes?
the sleeping princess remained in the mansion, lying on her bed on the floor above. The passage was right next to her. Petra hesitated as she stared at the landing of the stairs below. She felt fear as her instincts begged her to do as Frederica told her. But Subaru had entrusted Rem to Petra. The forlorn look with which Subaru had stared at the side of her sleeping face was seared into Petra's eyes. If Petra escaped alone then and there, what would become of her promise to Subaru? Tightly gritting her teeth, Petra roused her timid heart and put a foot on the stairs toward the floor above where Rem's room was located. She revered Frederica. Going against her instructions left Petra riddled with guilt. She was afraid, too. But with the mansion feeling so dangerous, she couldn't leave Rem and run. It was just like during the forest with the demon beasts. Back then, Subaru hadn't abandoned Petra.
I'm stupid. Really stupid.
Her reminiscence at an end, Petra slipped back into her initial melancholy, letting a sound of weakness out as she seemed ready to break into tears. Her heart was noisy. Her steps advanced slowly. Frederica would be angry. Her emotions were a jumbled mess.
Dev! Darn it! I already have this cute face going for me, so why do I need to do something this stupid? But.
She was scared. She wanted to cry. She wanted to yell. But she did not. She could not. After all, Subaru didn't. He wouldn't. Even if he was afraid and wanted to break down and cry, he wouldn't.
I mean, this is absolutely what Subaru would do. That's why for Subaru, for him only, I have to look good even if it kills me.
When her fear became nearly unbearable, Petra whispered to herself to bolster her spirits. In that dark corridor, she caught sight of her destination, Rem's room. It was a mere 11 yards away, enough to make her heart leap out and run to it. However, her feet could not catch up to her heart's unrest. Just a few more steps, just a few more feet, just 2 bedroom doors ahead. I've arrived, thought Petra, lifting her head. That instant, beyond one of the corridor's windows. The wind blew, moving a cloud covering the moon, and silver light shone into the corridor. Color returned to the world that had been nothing but darkness. Narrowing her dazzled eyes, Petra saw.
Oh my, what a pretty young girl.
A woman in black stood right before her, seemingly blended into the darkness.
Ah,
There was a woman standing between her and the door to the room, which was a mere 3 steps away. She had glossy black hair that was tied in a triple braid and a pitch-black outfit that accentuated her voluptuous physique. Even Petra could detect the scent of sensual charm wafting around her, and the vile knife she held in her right hand was eerily distinctive.
According to what I was told, there are 2 targets and 1 bonus target. You would be the small maid, yes? Are you shaking? It's all right. I am certain that your innards will prove very pretty indeed.
What the woman was saying, she couldn't understand what the woman was saying. She just understood that the approaching footsteps of this smiling stranger were synonymous with the footsteps of death. Even though she understood this, Petra's legs that Re:Zero, Starting Life in Another World by Tapi Nagatsuki, casted 6-tale novel. Please subscribe to our channel. Were held in place by fear, unable to move, even though the vile weapon unsuited to the woman's slender arm was about to cut away her life without any fanfare.
Good girl. I will introduce you to an angel.
Heartlessly, the woman raised the knife toward the trembling girl. The blade sliced through the wind, aimed to mercilessly bite into Petra's torso. Then,
Petra.
crashing through the corridor window, a shadow filled the space between Petra and the knife. A shockwave threw Petra onto the floor. She was showered in blonde hair right before her. A back she had looked up at many times over had shielded Petra from the wicked-looking blade. Petra instantly recognized that back, much broader than her mother's. It could have belonged to only one person.
Miss Frederica? You've been a bad girl, Petra. I distinctly told you to flee. I will punish you later. Yes, yes.
Leaving Petra behind her, Frederica confirmed her safety with a glance as she spoke sternly. That kind strictness made Petra reply multiple times in a tearful voice. Watching the exchange between the pair after her knife had been deflected, the woman contorted her glossy lips.
Marvelous. You must be the large maid. I am so happy to see both maids together and getting along so well. I must line up both your bowels side by side and compare to see how your innards complement each other.
I cannot make heads or tails of such taste. I cannot even dignify calling it a hobby.
After listening to the woman's disturbing threat, Frederica replied sharply as she thrust both her arms out. Her arms made a creaking sound, one that grew progressively more extreme as her skeletal structure shifted. Her pretty nails changed to bestial claws, and golden fur sprouted from the skin of her arms up to the elbows.
Demi-human blood, if you transform, do the contents of your belly differ from when you're in your usual form, or are they the same?
I have never been curious enough to find out for myself.
Is that so? In that case, can I ask you to show me after I slice you open? All you need to do is transform back when you're on the verge of death.
You certainly are confident.
Even though Frederica's 2 arms had turned into deadly natural weapons, the assailant showed not the slightest concern. When her attitude was pointed out to her, the woman said, "I suppose so," tilting her head slightly.
A little while ago, I had a near-death experience in the capital, so I improved my skills. You cannot match me.
I feel like holding a grudge against whoever didn't finish you when they had the chance.
Frederica's sense of duty and the crazed ghastliness leaking out of the woman. These would not determine victory or defeat, but even to Petra, it was clear that one was head and shoulders above the other.
Petra, this time, head straight out of the mansion. Use the evacuation tunnel.
Be but, miss.
Her voice catching, Petra looked toward the door of the room that was so very close. Inside was the reason Petra had been so reckless. Frederica could guess what it was from that glance alone. Accordingly,
I do not know who hired you to do this.
But it seems that Petra and I are your targets.
Yes, 2 maids and 1 spirit girl. I was a little disappointed about the numbers, but I have high hopes for opening a spirit's belly. Last time, I fell 1 small step short. You see.
The conversation made her head hurt, but Petra widened her eyes at Frederica's quick wit. Through offering a little casual conversation, Frederica had learned the woman's objective straight from her lips. Rem wasn't among the woman's targets. The sleeping princess had vanished from the enemy's memory as well.
Go. Yes.
A moment after they signaled their mutual understanding, Frederica's voice sent Petra running off to her rear. Simultaneously, she turned her back to the fleeing girl as the attacker flipped her body and threw something. A total of 4 silvery iron skewers, glimmering in the moonlight, raced toward Petra in an attempt to snipe her legs.
Your stubbornness is worse than your taste.
With a single swing of her mighty arm, Frederica struck down all the iron skewers with a bestial claw. During that time, Petra did not look back even once. She raced down the corridor, placing the entirety of her trust in Frederica.
Such a good girl.
She's my pride.
The woman's obscene voice and Frederica's howl echoed throughout the mansion, along with the sound of clashing steel. Frederica collided with the woman, beginning a deadly battle with her life on the line.
Ha! Ha! Ha!
Petra's breath was ragged as she raced through the corridor, practically flying down the stairs. A chain of high-pitched echoes rang out, and a tremor reached her from the corridor being destroyed. Frederica had judged that her opponent was superior to her. She was fighting valiantly so that Petra might escape. She had already failed once. Frederica had told her to flee down the evacuation tunnel if all else failed.
If she did as told and fled, if she fled, Frederica would die. The instant she thought that, a single possibility floated into the back of my mind. Lady Beatrice could...
If it was the final person remaining in the mansion, who she'd heard was a supernatural being.
Here. Maybe over here.
Running along the downstairs corridor, Petra flung open whichever door she put her hands on. She'd heard that the power of Beatrice's spell made it possible to move from room to room within the mansion. Even when searching for her with Subaru, even when trying to bring her dinner, she'd never found the girl, but she was definitely there. That moment, what Petra needed was a magic user of great power. If Beatrice was around, Frederica could probably be saved. Petra could protect the mansion and her promise.
She's not here. She's not anywhere here. Miss?
Out of breath, ready to collapse any moment, Petra let her tears flow. She'd opened every single door on that floor in the West Wing, and yet, Beatrice was not there. The battle was still raging. Petra had to find her soon, so very soon. If she didn't, Frederica would...
Miss Frederica!
Even though she had to keep running, strength drained from Petra's feet little by little. Using her hands, which were shaking so hard that she could not clench them into fists, she struck her own legs over and over. She needed to rouse her battered spirit and continue the search for Beatrice. And yet, her courage was insufficient. Her tears kept flowing.
Subaru!
When her weakness slipped out, Petra spoke a single boy's name, as if clinging to it for dear life. To Petra, this was the name of the bravest person in the whole world. He was someone with incredible courage, who forced his trembling legs to face an opponent he knew he could not defeat. When Petra and the others from the village were truly in danger, when they really might have died, he was the one who'd rushed off first and saved them, and so she called his name. Even though in that moment, she understood he wasn't there to save her.
Subaru! 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 Save me! Subaru!
You got it. Sure thing, Petra.
Covering her face with her hands, Petra was trying to stop her tears when she unwittingly held her breath. Between her fingers, in her teary, hazy vision, there was someone right in front of her. This person was kneeling to match heights with Petra, who was crouching, meeting her at eye level.
Sorry I'm late, but I'm here to help. I'm glad you're safe, Petra.
The person, who had a face with a familiar foul look, shot her a reassuring smile. As much as he tried to be considerate, his expression was not gentle in the slightest. which was why it relieved Petra to the very bottom of her heart.
Is that you, Subaru? You came.
It's me, and I came. I'm back safe and sound, all thanks to your charm, Petra.
Nodding, Subaru lifted up his right hand, showing the white handkerchief tied around his wrist. It was pretty dirty, but it was the same charm Petra had entrusted to Subaru on the day he had departed. It was neither a hallucination nor a dream. Subaru had come back. When Petra reached out to touch his cheek, he gently guided her hand to his face and rubbed her back. His touch calmed her heart. She wanted to gently let her consciousness yield to the relief. But she could not yet.
Subaru, Miss Frederica is on the floor. There's a scary person in black with a really big knife.
A scary person in black with a big knife. Yeah, got it.
This fragmentary explanation of her features left Subaru nodding like he understood everything. Both understood the gravity of the situation. Within Subaru's arms, Petra desperately pointed toward the ceiling.
Please save Miss Frederica. Subaru, get that woman.
All right, leave it to me. That's what I'd like to say, but if I go up against someone Frederica can't beat, I'll be a corpse in 1 second.
Oh.
Which is why I brought super strong reinforcements to help me out.
When Petra was momentarily at a loss for words, Subaru stroked her head as a smile crossed his foul-looking face. From there, he turned his gaze upward, and his feelings of relief and worry mixed together in his black eyes.
Lot of uninvited guests in the way of tonight's dramatic reunion scene, though.
It was too crude a battle to be called a duel to the death. Waving her right arm around, she repeatedly slammed through the opening created by one of the iron skewer attacks. The woman swung her body up and down, left and right, leisurely evading the flurry of attacks with the elegance of a leaf swaying in the wind. When she leaped back to evade the black blade that had appeared, iron skewers flew at her in midair, giving her no chance to evade them. Frederica's arm, wrapped in thick fur and muscle, was easily penetrated by the sharp iron skewers. Gritting her teeth at the pain, which felt like she had just been burned, Frederica swung her arm, sending the iron skewers flying. It was not a fatal blow. Still, her wounds were gradually increasing, and her endurance was being whittled away. Compared with Frederica's labored breathing, the woman with the long, swaying triple braids was not even slightly out of breath. The difference in their fighting strength was crystal clear. The fact that Frederica was still alive simply meant her opponent wasn't being serious, and
What is this compulsion of yours to aim only below my breasts?
If you must ask, it's my hobby, or perhaps I should call it my way of life. I am the bowel hunter after all. Spilling your innards is my creed.
she had not spoken in jest. She was completely serious, something that made Frederica's body shudder. This was no joke. The woman was serious. Nor was her calling this abnormality her creed a lie. The fact that Frederica had barely managed to stay alive was because the woman had been aiming only for her abdomen.
However, I do not have too much time to play. If possible, I must strip you of your limbs and go capture the girl from before. You get along so well. I think it would be nice to open you both side by side.
Unfortunately, your benevolence does not resonate with me whatsoever.
She knew the woman was toying with her. Therefore, she had to settle this while she was still in a mood to play around. Explosively launching off her hind legs, Frederica barreled toward the woman with speed she hadn't revealed yet. She'd hidden the transfiguration of her legs up to this point. If she sprinted seriously, Frederica could outpace the wind itself. Approaching at breakneck speed, she would claw out the woman's vitals, or if she could merely graze the body with her claws.
I believe that charging straight in is a little simple of you.
What?
The instant she thought her bestial claws had hit their mark, the woman vanished into thin air. Slamming down hard enough to shred the carpet, Frederica then looked up to the ceiling and gaped. Having leaped straight up, the woman attached herself to the ceiling and proceeded to begin jumping from there to the corridor wall to the ceiling again, and then to the floor, all however she pleased.
Damn, Spider-Woman.
I was called that in the capital, too.
I thought it rather rude at the time.
Raising a voice of dismay, the woman approached from up and down, left and right. Frederica could track motion far better than the average person, but she could not even follow the woman's shadow as it flitted around in the moonlight. Then,
After you fall, I would appreciate you showing me what your innards look like in your current form.
the moment after she heard that whisper, Frederica resigned herself to death. Various feelings raced through the back of her mind in the span of a single instant. They were about the sanctuary, about her co-workers, about her pretty junior, about the people she had served, about her family, about her little brother. These...
Oh my.
The roar of steel colliding with steel rang out, and a shockwave shot through the corridor, cracking its windows. Then, as the shockwave passed without stopping down the corridor, a single man's voice echoed through it.
According to the general, there's a saying that goes offense is the best defense.
It was a low voice, yet it held irrepressible anger within. As he spoke, both his arms, or more precisely, the two silver shields covering his fists, intercepted the woman's knife, sending it bouncing back spectacularly. The force sent the woman leaping far to the rear. The man did not pursue her as he powerfully pounded the two shields together in front of his chest.
If ya can use shields to defend and attack, that means putting the best offense and the best defense together, given the best of both worlds, huh?
It was simple, even infantile, and furthermore, it was the sort of logic a naughty child would think of. But the man had used that childish logic to great effect, equipping both arms with one shield each, employing them as his own weapons. The man with short, combed-back hair boldly thrust his chest out as he turned toward Frederica.
Don't you think so, Sai? Whoa, you're huge! Sai, seriously! Is that really you, sis? The sis I know was supposed to be this smaller, thinner, gentle, and delicate Lyle thing. Wasn't she? This is closer to a big bro than a big Sai. Ogoa!
You should not say such rude things upon meeting someone.
Frederica rammed her knee into the boy, who had given her one glance before he started ranting. The single blow sent the boy to his knees. As Frederica saw him wail with a gah, she noticed it, the white scar on his forehead.
Are you Garf?
Don't kick people before you figure that out. That's how the real Frederica would get.
Do not go casually addressing your older sister by name.
In the middle of moving to get up, Garfield sank once more from a backhanded blow to the rear of his skull. The sight made Frederica remember her younger days. Back in the sanctuary, the siblings amused themselves not with toys, but by fighting each other. With a 9-year age gap between them, Frederica's larger frame let her win handily against Garfield. It was as if nothing had changed since then.
No, Garf, you've grown so big.
Right now, hearing that from sis sounds like sarcasm. I'll have you know I'm definitely getting bigger from here on out. Ya won't be looking down on me forever.
Teehee, let me correct myself. Your body has grown a little larger, but you remain very small inside.
What was that?
Baring his fangs, Garfield seemed ready to fight to prove his sister wrong. Despite the timing, this exchange with her younger brother after a separation of 10 years left Frederica with an almost unbelievable sense of happiness. She'd always hoped that someday the day would come when she could meet Garfield outside the sanctuary. This was probably someone's doing. Ram? Emilia? Or perhaps Subaru?
Also, there was Master Otto, wasn't there?
Ha! Don't even bother mentioning that, bro. The Magrito family's bridge falls all the time. He's in such a tough spot. Even I feel for a pro.
Not that he was one to talk, but Otto's face, dejected from so much being said about him, came to mind. He somehow grasped that the man had talent, but he just gave off an aura that made you want to mouth off.
Well then, may I finally interfere with your reunion, I wonder?
Well, ain't that considerate of you to wait this long. At the rate we were going, I was about to forget about beating your ass and just go home. I don't like pounding women much, see?
Oh my, how kind of you.
Interrupting the sibling conversation from another part of the corridor, the woman smiled thinly. Garfield made a gesture toward her as if shooing away a fly. The sight made Frederica raise her eyebrows.
Garf, underestimating that woman due to her appearance will only get you hurt.
Ha! When it comes down to it, the only one I treat in this world as a woman is Ram.
I am certain you think that sounds manly, but it would make Ram laugh out loud.
What did you say?
Frederica had a look of disbelief as Garfield turned toward her indignantly. That instant, a pitch-black disc flew from the murderous woman's hand at incredible speed. No, this was no disc. This was a large knife spinning with incredible speed, leaving even the sound of ripping the air trailing behind. The blade sailed toward Garfield's head.
Now hold on.
A mere instant before it split his head apart, Garfield agilely used his left arm to deflect the disc. The skillful alteration of the disc's angle sent the knife gliding straight up, making a high-pitched sound as it impaled the ceiling above.
I said I wanted to head back straight away, you know?
Yes, and this is my reply.
Drawing a spare to replace the knife she had thrown, the woman advanced, her posture making it seem like she was crawling over the floor. Gripping the knife in a different way than the one she had hurled, the woman aimed to sever both Garfield's ankles. But watching the combat unfold from behind him, Frederica caught sight of another threat. A string attached to the hilt of the knife impaling the ceiling drew taut, pulling it straight toward the back of Garfield's head. He couldn't even see it coming.
Garf.
Oh no, you don't!
It was a roar from none other than Garfield that blotted out Frederica's shriek. Garfield howled, and he instantly moved his left hand with explosive, overwhelming force. His arm, thick and covered with golden fur, was a savage thing on a clearly different level compared with Frederica's transformation.
I'm sending you packing, bastard!
Surprise ran across even the assailant's eyes, and Garfield did not let that opportunity slip. He tilted his head in response to the blade from behind, just enough to get his vitals out of the way while prioritizing offense. With the shield on his mighty arm, he blocked the woman's blade, and a creaking sound arose as the woman was sent flying. Letting out a painful yelp, the woman rolled. Glancing at that, Garfield pulled the knife out of his shoulder.
Ha! Even without his arms, Kurgenfeld is foe. You know, if you think I'm shaking in my boots over one arm, you got another thing coming, idiot!
You're the idiot.
Ada?
While Garfield was celebrating his victory, his older sister angrily slammed her fist into the back of his skull.
Fighting as if you're trying to get yourself injured. Grandmother would cry if she saw this.
Ugh, not like I care what the old hag thinks of this.
Frederica's lecture made Garfield look away as he excused himself. Sighing deeply at her own younger brother's attitude, Frederica was also surprised at his strength. One might even say she was moved by it. Garfield had studied hard over these 10 years they had spent apart. And it was not Frederica alone who was moved by that strength.
Nicely done. Nicely done indeed. A truly active child. Quite marvelous.
Her voice shuddering with admiration. The woman stood up with blood trickling from the corner of her lips. However, the woman merrily licked it, smiling, her cheeks reddening as if enamored.
Hey, free sis! You know this chick named Rem?
Yes, she is here at the mansion. I heard from Master Subaru that she is Ram's younger sister.
Garfield's sudden shift to a completely disconnected subject left Frederica bewildered. From the girl's external appearance, there was no doubting she was Ram's younger sister. Yet she existed nowhere in Frederica's memories. The still sleeping girl had fallen out of her recollections, as had whatever relationship she might have had with her.
She looks like Ram?
Exactly like her. However, you may not use her as a substitute.
Like I'd do some scumbag thing like that. Just wanted to check for sure. Sis, I got a favor to ask.
Cutting off his words, Garfield continued glaring at the woman as he spoke to Frederica.
When you see the chance, take this Rem chick and go. Me. I'm gonna have my hands full with this one.
What are you saying? I will fight also. The two of us together can. I wonder, can you really?
Garfield was trying to fight alone. Frederica attempted to convince him otherwise, but the assailant's voice interfered. Frederica sternly glared at her.
I would rather you not make such a scary face, though. Besides, I believe your younger brother can attest that my opinion is not off the mark. Garf.
The woman's words brought a questioning look over Frederica's face as she called out to her younger brother. Once she did, Garfield spoke.
Sorry, sis. This ain't some half-hearted opponent you can take on while watching out for someone behind you.
What?
Hey, don't misunderstand, sis. It ain't like I'm saying you'd be in the way or anything.
There's no other way to take it, thought Frederica, but Garfield kept glaring at the woman as he responded to Frederica's dubious gaze.
I figure if she and I get serious, the area around us is gonna take one hell of a beating.
Garfield pointed to himself and then toward the woman. The joyful smile that came over the woman seemed to agree with his words as she toyed with her long triple braided hair and leaned forward.
I suppose so. I'm sure it will be so. Therefore, I think it is best that you step back.
Both of them could sense it. This was a battlefield for the strong alone, for those possessing strength that separated them from others. Frederica, understanding her power, excluded her from that realm, felt her body seemingly catch on fire with regrets. To have spent 10 years for the sake of reuniting with her younger brother, yet be unable to give him any help when he needed it most.
Don't go thinking about no silly things like that, sis.
Garf.
Yeah, see my arm, right? These shields, they're the ones I used to play with you when I was a lil brat. Back when I was running round with you all day long. That was the starting point of me becoming the greatest.
This time, Garfield's words truly surprised Frederica. His tone of voice, which betrayed no consideration, no consolation, no such emotions whatsoever, set Frederica's chest ablaze, for she felt a tangible sense that her younger brother had grown in her absence.
The general taught me the power of numbers the hard way, but unfortunately, this is where the other extreme comes into play.
With his elder sister's gaze still on him and maintaining the brunt of his enemy's focus, Garfield stepped forward.
So come get some, I'm celebrating leaving the sanctuary. The party starts now and lasts till I smash apart the first wall standing in my way.
Let us briefly go back in time, switching to a scene where a dragon carriage was heading to Rosewall Manor.
Okay, the people who need to be rescued in the mansion number 4 in total, all girls.
From the driver's seat of the dragon carriage, which was running at full speed, Subaru lifted up 4 fingers as he gave his explanation. The landscape sped by as the dragon carriage took advantage of its wind repel blessing to race along a neglected road. Relying once more on the land dragon who had saved him over and over, Subaru nodded toward his fellow passengers with a dead serious face.
There's basically no time to spare, or rather, whatever the timing. The assassins will definitely launch their attack the moment we arrive. We've got to rescue every last one of the 4.
So for buying time, there's sis, and that's about it, huh? Man, already been 10 years since I've seen her face.
Garfield crinkled his nose, with Subaru's words leaving him in an awkward state. He had stayed in the sanctuary, remained there out of stubbornness for many years. No doubt he felt plenty guilty for having pegged Frederica, for having pegged Frederica, a traitor when she had been busy trying to create a place for him in the outside world.
Well, just gotta ask you to put that aside with a poof and make up real fast with a pshaw.
Poof and pshaw. General, summon!
But on a more serious note, we really must defer our complaints. That said, you truly have not spoken to her even once since the separation. According to Miss Ram, there did seem to be some comings and goings with the sanctuary, so have you sent a letter, perhaps?
Me? I didn't send any, and the ones that came, I handed them all to the old hag without reading them.
As Garfield made a pouting face, Subaru and Otto went, "Ah!" and covered their faces. His attitude toward his sister was completely, 100% that of a child. Their reunion would surely be quite a moving thing to see.
I am worried about Miss Frederica, but the one in the most danger would be Petra, yes?
Yeah, I think so. Petra is Rosewall Manor's new maid. She's a sharp cookie with a bright future. Special attention required.
Subaru concurred with Otto's opinion. As a matter of fact, Petra's projected death rate was 100%, unless they did something. Of course, the other three were also in peril, but in Petra's case, her lack of combat ability was a fatal flaw. Though, in terms of being unable to fight back, there was one other in identical danger.
There's Ram's little sister. I'm sure Garfield doesn't remember her, though.
Me? I still half don't believe it. Yeah, said she's exactly like Ram, like a twin. If I've known her for a long time like that, would I really forget?
He understood why Garfield found it difficult to swallow, but the attack Rem suffered obliterated her existence, causing even her older sister, Ram, to forget her. Thinking about that made Subaru's chest tighten as he continued.
But there's a silver lining to this. I'm just guessing, but Rem probably isn't a target of the assassins, just from the fact that they were hired because Rem
fell off the edge of the world. Subaru couldn't bring himself to finish. Otto continued in his place.
However, if they find Miss Rem at the mansion, she will not escape unscathed. Is that not so?
Otto's words made him listlessly nod. Subaru understood what he meant. The assassins, Elsa and Melly, were not good-natured professionals. They were morally bankrupt people who thought nothing of involving innocents. Rem and the people of Earlham Village were thoroughly unsafe around them.
We must pray that the opponent does not begin by opening the door to the room where Miss Rem sleeps. To be honest, I cannot call depending on the enemy a sound plan.
I'll be depending on you and the enemy both. That's Subaru Natsuki's reverse Furinkeisen tactical doctrine.
So cool.
Subaru couldn't deny that the conditions were pretty desperate, but Garfield's eyes were glimmering. This all-too-fitting reaction pained his heart, but after all the current business was taken care of, he really needed to make some time and give Garfield a lecture about real tactics taught by Sun Tzu. And while it was fine and well to imagine a happy, peaceful future,
I've got to say, this has been really freaking me out hard. Is this actually helping?
We're in a hurry, right? Me, I ain't doing this 'cause I wanna.
Subaru's words and oddly indecisive attitude made Garfield clack his fangs in dismay. Subaru understood Garfield's point, but he wanted him to appreciate how it made others feel. After all, that moment Garfield was outside, leaning into the dragon carriage, participating in the conversation as he held onto the windowsill. Under the windowsill, Garfield was running at full speed immediately beside one of the dragon carriage's wagon wheels. The soles of his feet were pounding hard into the ground. Of course, this wasn't something he had come up with for no purpose, but
Look, I defeated an enemy before by dragging him into a wagon wheel, so I'm scared about accidents. If you make one false move and end up getting scattered across the countryside, I'm gonna have PTSD for sure. And then I'll be out of options for the mansion, too.
What, General? You're a worrywart, aren't ya? It's all right, sheesh. See ye.
Stop it! You're killing me! I'll die before you do.
Garfield started to play around while still hanging alongside, making Subaru raise a wail in complaint. The beastly boy's grip was strong enough to warp the windowsill. Even knowing there was not even a remote chance of an accident, Subaru felt it was still bad for his heart.
Either way, Garfield's blessing of the Earth Spirit has no effect unless his feet are on the ground, so let us pass this off as a necessary measure to ensure Garfield's as close to tip-top condition as possible.
But from the outside, this looks like we're doing our best to shake off a guy who's desperately trying to get inside the carriage. Plus, we actually are dragging along a delusional 14-year-old.
You do realize that if anyone saw this, neither the truth nor what it seems like would save my reputation, yes?
Otto, holding the reins, wailed. Subaru nodded too. It was a supremely strange sight that could get someone reported and pulled over. Yet there was meaning to Garfield's acrobatic feat. Emilia had used her magic to heal the wounds he'd incurred during his violent battle with Subaru and the others. However, one could not call the mana blood inside his body that he'd lost, or other measures of endurance, fully recovered. The seemingly unjust treatment was an improvised way to supplement those things during the time they traveled between the sanctuary and the mansion. This was to make Garfiel's Blessing of the Earth Spirit the trump card for their mansion strategy.
Also, one last thing, General. We stopped the talk midway. Only heard about 3 people so far.
Yeah. Garfield lifted up his body and peered into the dragon carriage. He directed the question towards Subaru, but he also sent Otto a questioning look. Otto shook his head, though.
Unfortunately, I have not met the final person either, but according to what we heard from Miss Shima, she is someone in a somewhat difficult position, it would seem.
Bro, did you somehow make someone hate you before you even met them? You all right?
I'd like to believe that's not why we haven't had a chance to meet yet.
Seeing the disquiet in Garfield's eyes, Otto put on a desperate look as he made his rebuttal. The noisy exchange between the pair was probably an attempt to be considerate towards Subaru. Perhaps, yes, most likely, they were trying to discuss a topic that was difficult for him to talk about.
The last person is Beatrice. I have to be the one to bring her out.
Turning toward the pair, Subaru did not use the timid word probably. It was unthinkable to even say it out loud before he acted. He would bring her out. And Subaru had to be the one to do it. Upon learning of her past, that was what Subaru had firmly decided.
I'll bring Beatrice out. I'll drag her out. I have to do it.
It was none other than Subaru who absolutely had to be the one. Even if Beatrice refused it, even if she acted like she didn't want it.
If that's what the General says, that's how it's gonna be.
We really must deftly evacuate the nearby villagers too, to avoid unforeseen circumstances. I suppose it would be best if I was in charge of this.
Presented with Subaru's resolve, Garfield and Otto promised their own cooperation. Subaru had his role to play, and they had roles of their own.
Gee, I have 2 seriously dependable people on my side. Thanks, you pair of idiots.
You are truly incapable of giving even simple thanks, you single idiot.
The thick musk of old books emanated from the other side of the open door. Perhaps this odor had accumulated from the long days and months the books had spent in this place. Or if he could believe that it was a room where time had stopped, the passage of days and months had nothing to do with it at all.
The sanctuary made me think of a lot of little things like that. As the librarian, what do you think?
Why?
Without permission from the custodian of the room, Subaru bluntly stepped into the archive. Just like usual, there was an atmosphere equal parts tranquil and gloomy. There were no glass windows to let in rays of sunlight, or even the smallest of shutters for ventilation. Staying for any length of time would dampen his spirits, and most certainly be bad for his heart. That was probably why Subaru had always wanted to bring the girl out of this place.
Why have you come here? I wonder. I do not remember inviting you.
Sorry, but I'm a man who shows up whether he's been invited or not. Back in middle school, I popped up at a classmate's birthday party uninvited. Can't forget how awkward that was at the time.
Naturally, even Subaru had endeavored to pay more heed to the atmosphere after an experience like that. But of course, he was the most boisterous of anyone that day by far, and no one ever invited him to a birthday thereafter.
That actually hurt me so much that it was almost like my chest got cut open, so I'll set that story aside for another time.
This time or next, will you begin speaking of it whenever it pleases you? I wonder, you are an arbitrary man in every respect.
Yeah, I am. That's why I came here whether you like it or not.
He knew that the girl before him had drawn in her breath. With a theatrical gesture, Subaru bowed, seemingly to work himself into the girl's blue eyes. And then...
I'm getting you out of here, Beatrice! This time my hand's gonna lead you right out under the big ol' sun, and we'll play around until that dress is totally black from mud.
Faced with Subaru's provocative words, the girl, Beatrice, remained seated on the same stool as she always did, clutching her own book. With those arms still wrapped tight around her black-bound book, she stared at Subaru, trembling.